T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
When you try your best but you don't succeed, when you get what you want but not what you need, when you feel so tired but you can't sleep, stuck in reverse, and the tears come streaming down your face, when you lose something you can't replace, when you love someone but it goes to waste, could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. to let it go. But if you never try, you'll never know just what you were. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. I will try to fix you.
And one thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.
See a stream down your face when you lose something you cannot replace. See a stream down your face see a stream down your face. I promise you I will learn from your mistakes. See a stream down your face. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. I'm not here to fix you. We're here to fix the market. That's what we're here to do. And make money in the process while we're at it. Time to have a glorious, glorious, glorious cold coffee. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting to crack this open. Yeah. It's another fine day, guys. Apes. It is another fine day. May 24th, you say? Let's take a look. I'm gonna pull it over to the other screen so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Actually, you're not far off, Israel. That's May 24th right here. And what I'm going to show you is, notice that the devil horns, head and shoulders. One of the main features in the flat portion down here is this large little bump up right here, and a little bit of a dip. There's a dip here and a bump up right here, maybe another little dip after the bump up. But you're saying May 24th, which is after all that. And what I want to show you is, if I scroll back, I took yesterday's data, if you remember, and I copy and pasted it, and I said, you know, I feel like we're kind of like in that downswing portion of this. This is that that uptick, that weird uptick, right? Here's your here's a bit of a swoop here. Here's your uptick, another little swoop here, and then you have like pattern repeating again. This pattern just repeats itself over and over and over, and here we are right now. So there's your uptick right there. There's one of your cups, one of your little swoops. Maybe there's another little swoop right there after the uptick. I think so. It's funny you should say that. I think so. Basically, we're getting done. We're getting done. We're getting very, very close to finishing this portion of this and moving on to the next pattern of the same thing. It just repeats itself over and over and over. Happy little trees. Maybe there's a little devil horn over here and a little head and shoulders. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Sandy. So I'm expecting perhaps the usual morning push down, followed by probably some pretty decent looking price movement upwards. How much? I can't really say. I can guess. Actually, I'm gonna pull Tradingview back over, and I'm gonna do this again, much like I did before. I'm not going to draw from the past and bring it to the future. I'm going to take the future, or the current, the present, I'm going to move it to the past. We're going to get rid of this one. I'm not going to change the size of it. This uptick right here is this. The little hump in the rest of this right here is probably this hump right here. And the V formation after the uptick would be this right here. Right there. V, hump, and then moving into the next pattern of head and shoulders. So, and then we can just basically go through like any one of these head and shoulder patterns and see that, you know, how does it start off? It starts off with a big spike in price. But yeah, May 24th might not be a bad, like if you wanted to use like, you know, a period of time before we moved into the price movement upwards on May 24th, that was actually the same. That was exactly, I think, the same day that I had kind of come up with as well. But I do think that there's going to be an initial tack down in price. How did last night's pattern that I drew, the two-day wedge, hold up? So here's the two-day wedge. Didn't break out of the box. Actually traded right up for now. I mean, most of these, I think this one did break out going down. There might have been a couple of these that were really close to. So we got about 3 minutes here that were broke out, a minute here that was broke out. So the pattern was just slightly off, not looking, you know, it wasn't completely accurate. But we've pretty much traded inside that 2-day pattern almost the entire time, right down to the very end. On the daily, we're inside the box right now that I had drawn before that I've deleted so that we wouldn't have a big blue screen up top. But we're inside that box. So the big daily wedge, we're getting really close to the end here. Really close. I'm ready for this weekend. I'm ready for this weekend. I'm telling you, man, I'm running on low fumes. I need a weekend. Good morning, AP. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, AP. Good morning, Sean. Good morning, Fish Killer. Volume though. Volume is looking like a bunch of poo. Our volume is looking like just all kinds of nasty. I usually don't come up with a price prediction this early, Sean. It's early for me, but if I had to guess, I'm gonna say let me see here. Give me just 1 second. I'll try to come up with something. What is this? Let's see. I'm working on it still. Hold on. I gotta run calculations. Wow, that's actually a big jump. If I say this, if I tell you what I think it's gonna be, I really would hate to do this. This, yeah, I don't want to say this number. Okay, not 13% plus. Um, I want to say 10 and 11% increase, but that seems just so unrealistic. Um, 39. Let's just pretend that we open up like right down the middle of this wedge at 39.34. Try reverse psychology. 39.34. 10% would be 3.9, which would put us at 43.24. I would probably do, if I was going to do my price prediction like right now, I would probably hedge off of 41, meaning 39.50 to 42.50. Oh my gosh, guys. I squeaked in last night. I squeaked in. I got to show you guys this. 36.5 to 39.5 was my price prediction for yesterday. Holy crapoly. I squeaked in by 4 cents. 4 cents. Oh my gosh. I didn't even realize how close I was until I looked at it this morning when I first got on the computer. I was like, my goodness, that was close. Monty, you're filling in for Adam. You made it. Actually, I think we all got points. No. Yep. Yeah, we all got points. It was points all around. Let's go ahead and go ahead and take a look at all the numbers, guys. Let's do the little technical analysis here. We got some time. Can you believe it? I already updated Fidelity. I managed to update it already. Let's go ahead and add the price prediction tally to each person here. Do remember that Monty's filling in for Adam, so Monty got his first point ever. His first point ever while officially filling in for somebody. I shouldn't say first point ever. First point ever while filling in. Good morning, Salty Dog. I'm the only person in contention with Eric. Duncan could possibly tie if Eric and I both get it wrong. So I'm going out on a limb here. If I suggest if I hedge off of $41 as the closing price today, and I'm wrong, I very well could easily lose to Eric, and so I'm not going to look at what his price prediction is until I'm 100% absolutely secure in what my number is going to be, because I don't want to. And I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it live. I'm saying right now 41, but I might change it depending on what everything looks like going into market open, because that's not when we don't have to have our predictions till market open. So I don't want to give away my position too early. I might be using reverse psychology already. You never know. Updating True Demons data. Let's see what we got here. Short exempt volume was 266.8. Nope, that's what it was yesterday. Okay, let's try that again. Short exempt volume was, refresh, 110.8. Very low. Extremely low. Utilization did go down. I already updated Ortex 84.96. We'll look at why that is here in a little bit. 3.06% up in price yesterday. Off exchange, total traded in off exchange was 55.89% by the time it was settled. I think I'm going to have to start adjusting. I think we're down to some new norms here. The amount traded into the off exchange is much lower than it has been lately. Ortex is updated, so what you see there at 16.86% of the free float, estimated current short share interest of the free float is accurate. Moving up to the top right, institutional share ownership was 154.2. Let me update it. Is now 154.993. Max Payne. Max Payne. What am I guessing it's going to be today? I'm going to say it's still 40. Yep, it's still 40. Sean's saying 46 is his best bullish price. And I'm coming up with 43.24, although based off the numbers that I crunched just a minute ago, if we are indeed, like Ezreal said, if we are indeed in, you know, a very similar price pattern point as May 24th, the price increase on May 24th should have been about 11.4% increase or thereabouts. It was really close. Actually, you know, I don't know why I didn't go back to Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow. I could have just gone back to that to see. May 24th. Actually, the price increase was a 13.25%, and May 24th actually was the defining day of the blow for the last cycle. I'm going to go ahead and pull this over. It's going to blind you guys. Actually, yeah, let's quit this for just a second. I'll come back to the updating of the options here in just a minute. I'm going to take you back to the main page, and I'm going to take you to Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow theory. Blinding you here. It's coming on over. What I want you to see is that that cycle period began on 4/27 and ended on 6/2. And May 24th was the first day of the blow, where we had an increase in price by 13.25% and 110% volume increase day over day. It went from 53.9 million the previous day to 113. So let's scroll down to where we're at now. Enter in yesterday's data, 39.46. Yesterday's volume was 32. That's not right. Okay, so I have to update some of the data here. 37,893. That's correct. Okay, so I only have to update yesterday's, or 2 days ago rather. And today's. When I say today's, I meant yesterday's. So there you go. We had a negative 6% drop in volume yesterday. Let's go back in history. We're gonna use Tradingview. We're gonna use Tradingview. We're gonna pull up an indicator. It's called pre-market volume profile. I like that one, but I want something a little bit different. Let me just see what this one looks like. No, I don't want that. Well, maybe I do. I'm going to take this one. We're on May 24th, 26, 25, 24. Okay, so let's scroll in on this just a tad. And I want you to see the difference in volume here, 24th. So here's the deal. May 24th's data, even though the volume ended up being massively higher, look at the pre-market volume in contrast to some of the days leading up to it. Nothing that really indicated that volume was going to be massive. I wish that these numbers over here on the right-hand side were accurate, but they're just not, because, well, at least I don't think they are. Yeah, I don't think these are accurate. But volume can definitely spike without pre-market volume spiking. So there's a very good chance that we could open up the market today and just absolutely be through the roof on volume. It may be that we're going into May 21st. Let me look and see what May 21st had, because that actually is a weekend. May 21st to May 24th. That's a weekend difference. So we may actually be on the 21st. Let me go back to the May 21st and see what happened there. Yeah, May 21st was down 3.75% for the day in price. So there's a little. We might actually be on the 21st. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'll tell you one thing. One thing is for sure, pre-market volume is not helping us. It's not helping us to determine what day it is. That's for sure. Because volume is just super, super low. I mean, that is incredibly low. Even if this doubles in the next 30 minutes, and then redoubles, let's say it jumped up to 32,000 in shares traded, and then doubled from the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, it'd still only be 60,000 in shares and trades. Something's fishy about this. This is super low. I mean, just astronomically low. If this remains, something is fishy. This is not right. There's something wrong here. This stinks to me. There's something not right. I smell a dead fish. I smell a dead fish. Let's go back to the other page. I'm sorry, I can't see what you guys are writing here right now. Let's see, options. I'm going to finish off with the options here real quick. Do want to get that done. Let's see, what do we got? Refresh. Let's see what we got going for open interest. There's some confusion out there, guys. I saw a video last night. I'm not going to say by who, but I think there's a little bit of confusion about what. And I'm by far the expert on options. In fact, I've wanted to bring somebody on the show to discuss options better than I can, because options just aren't my thing. They're just not. I've only dealt with options since AMC since I got into AMC. I've never really been into options before. So I've been learning. It's been a learning process for me along the way. But I'm going to clear something up here, and it's not something that I feel like I've been getting it right, but I saw a video from a prominent person last night where they were talking about options, and they said it wrong, in my opinion. You guys can correct me. Feel free to correct me on this, because I do want to be corrected when I'm wrong. $85 strike price. Today we have 22,000 contracts of open interest, and this is what I want to talk about as far as open interest goes. Yesterday it was 21.3. Today it's 22. So this is what I want to talk about with open interest. Open interest is contracts that are currently open that have been purchased. It's the amount of volume. Open interest is the amount of volume that's open. It's there. It's an open contract. The way that I saw it described was they were referencing the buy open interest as buy orders, and then the open interest on the puts as sell puts, or not sell. What was the reference? I don't know. They basically said that this is the bid and this is the ask side of options. And I open, that's not really what open interest is. Open interest is the amount of contracts that are open at those strike prices. So I just want to clear the air about that. If you're getting that confused at all, our daily volume shows up in the volume column, and I actually had this wrong. I think it was Duncan that had schooled me on this. But the open interest is the amount of open contracts that are still open. On the call side today, our highest amount of open interest is at a $50 strike price still, which is quite high. Yesterday it was 17.4 thousand contracts. Today it's 16.1. So this is why I'm referencing this, because you'll notice it went down. So roughly 1.3 thousand contracts got closed sometime between yesterday and today. So people who had open contracts at $50 closed them because they no longer feel like that's the case. There may actually been more than that, because there may have been people who opened contracts. But the difference between the open and closed contracts from yesterday is a negative value. So it went from 17.4 to 16.1. So that's important to note. That means that there's less long positions believing that we can hit 50 today than there was yesterday. If you look at the most amount of open interest for the puts, it's at a $30 strike price still, although 35 is a close runner-up. Yesterday there was 15.8 thousand contracts at 30. Today it's 13.4. So again, a lower number by actually less, or even more less, more less of open interest than there was removed from the 50. So we have a $20 spread between the puts and the calls strike prices, which is pretty massive, but it's signaling towards a $40 close. Signaling. That would be the difference between the two. And I'll go back to the main page and I'll be able to see what you guys are writing here. Ooh, a lot. We need double volume push higher. IO, see Duncan's schooling me again here. IO is unsettled contracts in yesterday's numbers. I think he meant OI. Nothing like a morning coffee followed by using a bidet. TMI, AP, TMI. Yeah, Duncan meant OI. OI is unsettled contracts in yesterday's numbers. Yeah. It's just open contracts that are still open. So it's yesterday's volume, previous open it's just basically leftover contracts that have not been closed. That's probably the easiest way to say it. a great link. Anyways, I just saw a video yesterday, and I kind of just want to clear the air a little bit on that because I think that there's a little bit of misunderstanding in options, and I can understand why that would be because I've never really done or played too much with options, so I can understand why those would be confusing. Taking a look at the market, FTSE China. Let me refresh that. It was down 0.79%. Shenzhen was up 0.04. Why is Sundial up 35% in the pre-market? Sundial, that brings back memories. Sundial was one of the ones that they were trying to get us invest into shortly after. That was one of the ones that they were trying to get us to move over to. I remember that one. And I was like, nope, staying away. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. I remember that because we were. Yeah, I remember that, Duncan. We've learned a lot on this channel. I think in the last. I don't know. I started it. I think in late June, maybe early July, August, September, October. In the 3.5 months we've been here working together, actively watching this stock trade, we've been learning some stuff. We've been adding a few wrinkles. Sundial, let's look it up. But there was something oh yeah, I need to pull over a couple other screens. I'll look at Sundial first. SNDL, I think is, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure that's on my list of stocks. And let's see here. From 71 cents up to basically $1. A 34% increase in price. This is definitely one of those ones where they were trying to say it was a squeeze play. If you look at the, I always like to look at the average volume versus the free float. The free float is massive, absolutely massive, 2.04 billion. However, the price is low, which means it's a lot easier for people to own shares of it. Let's see if there's any news first. They're doing a share buyback. They're doing a share buyback. They're going to purchase 102.8 million shares. I'd really like to see Adam Aaron do that. I don't know. They need the money, though. A share buyback or a dividend, one of the two would be really nice. It was just it was one of those stocks that was being pumped real hard. I want to say it was one of the ones that was being pumped just before the run up in June, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember at what phase it was, but I do remember Sundial, and I was like, no, 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 stay away. At work, we were talking about different stocks and stuff, and I was like, it's a distraction. It's a distraction. And good morning, JP. We might get good news out of Fintel today. Let's pull up. It was March and February, March. Okay, yeah. See, that's what it was then, JP, because I was trying to decide. It must have been February because I had, it must have been either late February or March or whatever, because like you're saying, because I remember there was a point where I was trying to decide if I was going to start doubling down. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at our stock price during that period of time, but I was getting ready to double down on it because I was just like, I was fed up that we were down to like $5 or $6. Maybe it was like $8 or $9 or something like that. I was like trying to decide, should I move my new money over to SNDL or should I keep it with AMC? And I went ahead and decided to just go ahead and stick to my guns with AMC on that one. So, but yeah, SNDL was definitely one of the ones that was trying to be pushed in Reddit. I heavily remember that one. There was a big controversy and a lot of in-house fighting on Apes about whether or not it was a distraction. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. 9th or 10th of February. That would have been really close to when I would have had some of my money, some of the new money. You know, it's funny you should say that, JP. I think I probably have enough to buy one share of SNDL too. I probably have enough left in my account to buy one share. That's probably about it. Let's see. I want to pull up. I never did finish the rest of the morning look at what's going on here, and we still got some more time left here. So let's refresh Ortex and let's check out Ortex and see what happened here. Obviously, the on loan amount and the on average age per day shouldn't have changed very much if they changed at all. Yeah, there's no new update. There's probably not going to be any update here, and it's probably just going to skip a day. So no change there, but it does show utilization did go down though. I watched utilization change, so that went from 85.1 down to 84.96, like just a fraction of a hair. It went down by. So you know, I like keeping records, so let's figure out why. You know, without them being able to loan shares, which they did do a slight amount of loaning, which I have no idea how that was possible, but they did. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so the amount of shares available to loan actually went up. It went from 112.8 to 113. The total amount of shares left available to borrow, 16.996. And that went up as well. I don't know why utilization went down. There is nothing to indicate why utilization would have gone down, even though it was just a fraction. It's almost like they were fixing the books or something. Not like fixing in a bad way, but like getting the numbers more accurate or something. Like I said, I did see them borrow about 400,000 shares yesterday. Pull up Stonko Tracker for you guys. Oh yeah, they're borrowing this morning. Let's see. They went from 2.5 up to 2.6. They've borrowed. I'm just gonna call that a cool 2 million, even though it's just slightly less. It's 1.95. Oh, fine. I'll be accurate. 1.95. 1.95. There's our 2. Okay, so 2 plus 0.7. So 2.7. I'm like using a calculator to add 2 plus 0.7. 2.7 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. It's kind of low for this time of the morning. Normally it's around like 3, but it's close. Considering how low the volume is, it's actually kind of surprising to see how much they've borrowed. 2.7 seems like a lot considering how low the volume is. Very, very low. 12.7 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 96,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. This number's still over 100K. Next week's looking like it's cooking. A lot of numbers there. And we got one other page to look at here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC in 11th with 52% buys to 48% sales. And I do not see GME on the list. Robinhood is up 0.17. Amazon is up 0.27. Cinemark is up 0.42. Doge is down 2.1. GameStop is down 0.89. And we are just breaking even pretty much. Inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had more of an outflow than inflow, which was strange because most of the day we were actually up on inflow. 11-point spread between the two, and volume is just so stinking low, guys. There's something really, really fishy about this. Super fishy. This is low. I like with this kind of volume, I seriously would have a hard time guessing that we would trade more than like. I would have to say somewhere between 5 and 15 million shares traded for the day. And there's just no way. There's no way that's going to happen. Something's going to happen today. There's something wrong with this volume. I don't know. It's really strange. I can't wait 7 more minutes to see what that 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume is going to look like. On the 1 hour, buying and selling pressure look about even. RSI average 52.7 on a 30-minute interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 53.42. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with 54.29 being the RSI, which is just slightly above average. Something is going on with this volume. What is the deal? $38.50 to $41.50. Got you down, Monty. Wait, that was your price prediction yesterday. Okay, that's cool. AP, yeah, something like that. Explosion, right? That's the only thing that goes through my mind is that when you have so much compression, this is the exhaust that's going to push out, right? The blow. Everything's dissipated. Your bang is completed. The bang is completed when all the compression is gone. Every little particle inside your cylinder has expired its energy. And the next thing that happens is that you have to exhaust the leftovers. You have to exhaust the exhaust. And and that's where volume just releases. I mean, this is I just can't. There's something so strange about the volume guide. This is why I have you guys watch volume. This is why I have you watch it so heavily. It tells you fascinating stories. Happy little trees. Maybe just a little bit of volume. And then a raging waterfall. uh Yeah, I'm 5 more minutes until we get the report for 7 a.m. and I'm really curious to see what that's going to be. They showed some news for AMC and then locked it. What is going on with the volume? Yeah, I've never seen pre-market volume this low as a rule ever. I mean, we're nearly. I think my dog sees a rabbit. Wait, Bruno, what's going on, bud? Do you need to go out? Hold on a second, guys. I'm gonna go let him out real quick. Yeah, this. I don't know what to say, Ezreal. By far, this has to be probably one of the lowest volumes I've ever seen at this time in the morning. Since I've been tracking it as heavily as I have, which is probably a good 6 months. No, I probably really didn't start tracking it as heavily as I did until after June. Maybe late June. Probably right around when I started the show. I feel like something's wrong here. I feel like it's not reporting. Like I feel like I'm looking at like a frozen screen. Nothing is happening. It's dead. Look at the order book, guys. It's just dead. There's plenty of orders, and they're not initiating. There's a spread. Look at the bid and ask. So this is the important thing to see here. Look at the bid and the ask. By the way, I think it's obnoxious how big my AMKC is in the top left-hand corner, but I didn't have anything else to fill in there, so I just tried to fill the space with my insignia, so I apologize. Eventually, when I have something else better to put on the page here, I'll make it that much smaller, so it's obnoxiously large. but at least you can see the crayons. I don't know if you guys ever noticed. Those are cobalt blue crayons inside the logo there. And yes, I did that all on my own. Thank you very much. Look at the spread though. Look at the bid where it says 39.36 and then the ask is 39.42. There's a massive spread there, and they're not trying to fill the gap. This is natural trading. This is what real trading looks like without manipulation. %. This is what a market's supposed to look like, where you don't have algorithms that are trying to fill the gaps to knock the price down. Okay, now the gap has been filled. So there should be some trades going on here soon. Look at the difference. That's insane. There's some massive gaps in here. Massive gaps. Between $39.35 and $39, there's only like 12 prices. It's not even half the numbers. I could stare at this all day long, guys. I know it's probably terrible for you to watch, but I could literally stare at something like this all day long and just watch how fascinating it is. We do have our 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume, though. Coming in at 29.9 thousand. So this is way more. So what did we have? We had 18. We had 18,000, and this is coming in with volume at not quite double, but definitely more than sorry, it doubled it, but then had some on top, so not quite double the amount of volume. So doubling would have meant 36 volume, but it had 30. 30,000 in volume when it, doubling would have been 36. I'm shaking my head no right now because it doesn't matter what I pick for volume today. I'm going to be wrong. It doesn't matter what I pick for volume. Let me look at something. May 24th. $113. $110%. Is that what Suck Squeeze Bang Blow was? Suck Squeeze Bang Blow for May into June, going into the blow phase, was 110% increase. If I added 110% to our total volume from yesterday to come up with what our number is going to be for today, it would probably be, if I had to guess, 80 million. Let's see. Nope, that's even high. 70 million? Wow, that's high. 60 million. All right, about around 65 million. I'm gonna go ahead and guess something. You're gonna think I'm crazy for this, but because our volume is so low, I think that we're gonna see a spike in volume today, a very unusual spike in contrast to what we're seeing in volume right now. And I'm gonna go ahead and guess that we're probably gonna see somewhere around 110% in volume spike for the day today from yesterday. So we're probably looking in the ranges of 60 to 65 million shares. So I'm going to hedge around that. I'm gonna say 55 to 75 million is gonna be my guess for the day today in volume. But yeah, I know it sounds really strange to be guessing so high, but I think something's gonna happen. It's just so low. Because if I had to guess off this volume right here, my actual guess would be that we would trade somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares for the day today, and I just don't think that there's uh, it's just so low. Oh, the banks were closed yesterday. There's no forced settlements. If this if the, so if the volume comes from forced settlements from the previous day, then that could be why it's so low. If the banks were Did you guys, Duncan, did you guys have your banks closed in Europe yesterday? Out of curiosity? I need to know if Europe's banks were closed yesterday. If Europe's banks were closed yesterday, that explains why we have such low pre-market volume, and I would have no way of being able to know what our volume's going to be today. Not here, not in Denmark. Okay, because I do know that there were other people that were saying that there were. Yesterday was our Veterans Day here, and by the way, guys, I did a toast yesterday and didn't toast to the veterans. I made a mistake. I'm going to do it today. I know it's after the fact, but today's toast, I'm going to toast to the veterans because my mom's a veteran, and my dad, both my parents were veterans. So um, I don't know why that escaped me. I don't know where my head was. I was having a moment yesterday. I just was. I'm on my period. I don't know what the deal is, but yeah, my head was not in the right place. But anyways, there were other people who were mentioning yesterday that there were also remembrance days and similar type things. So I'm wondering if it was more than just U.S. banks that were down. Damn ADD. That's right. So if any of you guys are veterans, thank you for your service, and the toast yesterday should have been to you. Mr. Kimball, thank you for watching the show. I haven't seen the name before. Have I watched Froggy Styles' video for today and next week's price prediction? I have not. I have not. I have actually not even heard that name before. You know what's interesting, John, is that I have not. Um, I only kind of go off of. Very rarely do I just look up a channel. I usually give what YouTube recommends to me, which is kind of annoying, but that's all I pretty much tend to watch. And I have never been recommended a Review Dork video ever. I've never seen a single one of his YouTube videos, and it's just because YouTube's never recommended them to me, and I don't know why. France, yes. Germany, no. I thanked them for their service in the morning, but I forgot to do the toast, Sean, and that really bothered me that I forgot to do that. Sandy, sorry. I actually believe that men have cycle. Believe it or not, there is some scientific evidence that suggests that men go through cycles as well. So believe it or not, it is quite possible for men to have imbalances once a month as well. So not nearly in to the same degree women have. Not nearly. You all deal with so much more. Let me. I forgot to shut off my internet stuff here, guys. UK no. So France yes, Germany no, UK no. I'm really kind of curious now. So maybe that's why we actually have some volume, is because some places were open and others weren't. I think we might be solving why the volume's low. I think it's because the banks were down. No forced settlements in the after hours because banks were preventing lending, possibly. I'm not sure. I'm making stuff up here, but something doesn't make sense. To have volume as low as it is right now, something's not right. Only ones closed were Austria, Belgium, France, and Poland. I mean, that may be enough to be why we see such low volume this morning. That could be it. The question is what causes. Oh no, I was just saying I've never. I was just mentioning. John Kimball was asking if I've ever seen Froggy Styles video. I've never even heard that name before, so I'm not sure who that is. I never really knew who Review Dork was because I never got recommended any of his videos on YouTube. You know, maybe if I had. It's funny because when I started this show, is what I was looking for was somebody who had a live stream with Ortex data and Fintel data throughout the day of AMC, and whenever I typed in AMC live, I couldn't find anything. And there were some people that were saying that those people who were doing live feeds were being suppressed. I very rarely got Matt Kors recommended to me. Very, very rarely. Even though I think, well, at least I feel like he's a big live day streamer for AMC. Only view France as the only one that can make a financial difference. I have US Bank as my brokerage account. I could not do any trades yesterday unless I called the US Bank. See, that might be part of the reason why our volume's low. That might be it. Sorry to throw the sorry to throw the cold water on the steaming coals, but the reason for the low pre-market volume may be because of banks that were down for holidays. That would be my suggestion. $47 million shares? He's also thinks today 60 million volume and news cycle starts today or Monday. So John, on my channel, it's called Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow, and that's the cycle. It's like a 4-stroke engine. We're in the cycle right now. We're going into what I call a new phase, right? The last phase, which is the most explosive part of the whole phase. We already went through the bang. The next thing that would occur would be the blow. And that's where we're going to see massive increases to both volume and price. I I feel like we're getting there. I feel like we're really close to the end of that process. But I the whole modeling of suck, squeeze, bang, blow is not there to predict the future. It's to predict where we're at right now and what to expect for the future. So it's not predictive, which is kind of, you most everybody wants to see predictive things, but it's it's so hard. It's so hard. User of intellect posted about him, unfollowed him because he was not against day trading AMC. A lot of people unfollowed him too. 6% increase. I'll have to check him out, John. I actually like it when people come onto the show here and recommend other YouTubers because I don't like being in an echo chamber, and so I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm gonna check him out. I'm gonna have to write it down though, or I will forget. My papers are getting so full. Oh, this is my paper on things homework. Yeah, let's put it here. What is it? Froggy. Froggy STLES. Stills? Froggy Stills? Stillus? STLES. I'll check it out. I'm going to go break here in just a few minutes and I'll probably check it out then. Um, I mean, the whole reason I called today Happy Little Trees is because the volume was so low when I woke up. I saw it and I was like, "Are you kidding me? I'm gonna have to pep talk everybody today and get on my my Bob Ross voice and go maybe just a little stream that flows through here, some nice little volume. Maybe there's a fluffy little cloud as we get green candles." Froggy Styles. Okay, it is Froggy Styles. I kind of figured that's what it was. I would have probably tried that if it didn't pop up when I first started typing. I'll check it out. I'm still going to stick with my prediction though, guys. As far as volume goes, I feel like even though the banks were closed and pre-market volume is so low, I still feel like there's something wrong with this though. You know what I'm saying? Like this is something's going to happen there, right? Like maybe people put in a bunch of orders yesterday through their banks, but they haven't gone through yet, and then they'll go through this morning. Maybe, maybe the calm before the storm. But you know how heavy I am on volume. I think I think it's super super important. I was in one of the special the space calls last night where the review dork was trying to explain himself. He was struggling really hard, poor guy. Yeah. It's kind of one of those things that um I don't know. As a viewer, as a viewer of other people, I think every single person on YouTube has, at one point or another, I feel like has failed me. So I'm gonna be the first to tell you guys, at some point or another, I'm gonna fail you. You know, there's gonna be something that I say or something that I do you're not gonna like, and I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. We're all entitled to our opinions. Um, I, I can't think of, actually, I really can't think of a single YouTuber out there who hasn't done something or said something. Maybe Matt, but yeah, we're not perfect. None of us are perfect. That's why I tell you guys, you know, don't trust me completely. Go out and fact check me. Come up with your own conclusions. Yeah, we buy, we hold, and we buy some more until you don't. Well, it is 7:21, guys. I'm gonna head off to break here. Um, oh, Ali, I think welcome to the channel. You showed up a little late, but I think volume is super low. By the way, super low. Like just beyond. Like if I had to guess volume on my normal 7 a.m. time, I would have said between 5 and 25 million traded shares for the day. But I think I've come to the determination that the reason that volume in pre-market is so low right now is due to the banks that were closed. Uh, Duncan did some great work for us and went out and figured out where the banks were closed around the world. Mainly France might have been one of the big ones. Um, Thoughts on ASMR? Well, that's cool, I guess. uh, where was I going with that? You threw me off there, AP. Oh yeah. You just completely threw me off. Thanks. What was I saying? Oh yeah, banks. Banks were closed. Um, in a lot of places. I mean, they were closed in the United States. They were closed, in other places around the world. So I think that could potentially be the reason why volume is so low. But I can't feasibly, in my mind, say that we're going to have somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares traded. In fact, I think what's going to happen is I think because of the banks were closed yesterday, I think you're going to see a lot of extra activity today that didn't happen yesterday. So I think you're going to see volume kind of spiking. And I think some of the volume that was lost yesterday will go into today. And so I artificially bumped up my volume prediction, kind of based off of some past history numbers and whatnot. And so I'm going with 55 to 75 million shares traded for the day today. I know that there's nothing in the pre-market to warrant a prediction like that, but I'm basing it on a lot of different factors, and I'm sticking with it. I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna give you curveball balls all day. Might need it. All right, guys. I'm gonna head out to break here, and I'll leave you some music before I go. Thanks for keeping me on my toes. Let's see here. All right, see you guys in just a bit. Alright guys, I'm back. So in regards to the space calls, Monty, if you're on Twitter, all you really need to do is follow people. If you follow me or you follow anybody that you're following and you're on your mobile phone, if you scroll to the top, it'll have, good morning Amanda, you'll have at the very top of your screen a list of any of the space calls of people that you're following listed at the very top. On a computer, I'm not really so sure how to do it. I think listen to Active Douglas, perhaps. I haven't actually tried to even get on a space call. I don't think that from a space call, I don't believe that you can. I don't believe that you can speak from a computer. I know that every time I've held a space call and somebody gets on there with a computer, it's like impossible for them to speak. So I think you have to be on a mobile phone or perhaps a tablet, although I have heard some tablet issues as well. But I'm on a space call right now, so if you friend me, Monty, or follow me, sorry, follow me on Twitter, and it should show up the space call that I'm in, and it's called 11/12/21, a day that will live in ape history, the day we united. So there, I think there's some reprimands that are going on right now in the space calls in the ape community, and I told you guys that it's been really super toxic, super toxic. On Twitter. And, I guess part of maybe why I was feeling kind of crappy yesterday was just some of the stuff that's been going on over there. And so I'm glad to see that everybody's kind of, getting back to the roots and I guess trying to make reprimands. And Active Douglas, I liked the Twitter post that you put up there. I didn't retweet it, but I really liked the post that you put up there. That was good. The family post. That was a good post. Yin Chin, you asked why is the volume so low? Here's my hypothesis, and I can't say for certain that this is the truth. My thought or theory is that because the banks were closed yesterday, I think that we're seeing a lot of pre-market. So maybe a lot of settlements didn't need to go didn't need to go through or didn't go through because they weren't traded through banking systems yesterday. There were foreign banks and American banks that were down. So that there were not all banks across the world were down, obviously, but in a lot of locations, banks were down. So, there's in my mind wants to say that there's a possibility that maybe people made orders yesterday that didn't go through because their bank was down. We had at least one person on here who said that they tried to make purchase shares and couldn't through their bank. I'm scrolling back up. It might have been Sandy. Yeah, Sandy said, I have a U.S. bank as my brokerage account. I could not do any trades yesterday unless I called the U.S. bank. So, my thought is that there's a good chance the reason volume is so low today is because of that. Now, if we see a bunch of those extra trades coming through today, we could see volume spiking a little bit. Potentially. I'm not going to hang myself out on a limb and say for sure, but I think that there's potential because volume, like you said, is extremely small. You said it, not me. You said so small. That was the exact wording that you used, and I'm not going to say the rest. But yeah, Ivan Yo. So I think that's probably the reasoning behind why we're seeing such potentially low volume. Now, I did go and watch. Somebody had mentioned Froggy Styles. I went and watched his AMC prediction for today. He said he didn't say that 60 million shares is what he was predicting. He says we needed to see 60 million, and I would agree with exactly what he said there. In my opinion, 60 million shares is what we need to see in order to get this party started. These are my numbers. I'm going to blind you guys here, and I really wish Excel had a way to go into dark mode. If it does, if you guys know of a dark mode for Excel, let me know. I haven't looked it up or anything, but actually, let me just type in help here and see if dark mode. No, cancel. I don't know how to. Moving the screen over just a tad so you guys can see. I'm getting 65 million. We need to hit 65 million and probably about a 7 to 10% increase in price. The number that I had calculated out earlier, I think, was like 43 bucks. So if I just type these numbers in here now, it would look like this. Those are the numbers that we need to hit at a bare minimum for me to say that today would be the blow day. And that's actually really super low. 65 million, to say that today's the blow with only 65 million shares having been traded is extremely low. Probably one of the lowest numbers I've ever had for to be able to use as a consideration. But I do have the space call open right now, Monty. And if you follow me, Monty, on Twitter, the space call should show up at the top. If you're on your mobile phone, it should show at the top of your list of the page there on your home screen. And you just click on it, and then you hit start listening, and you can hear it. Sean Alexander says, I went 25% up today to have a good weekend. We can hope. We can have a little bit of hopium. I'm still on this space call here. I'm going to keep myself on here because I think that I'm getting good vibes from that space call. Account office theme. Okay, hold on a second here. This is good information. Account. Microsoft account. Ooh. Send code. I got two-factor authentication, I guess, apparently set up for this. 812. Okay. Guys, give me 1 second. I'm going to say goodbye to my son here before he goes to school. Okay. Let's see, what was I looking at again? I was looking to see, okay, so I'm in here. Let's see, you said account office theme. Microsoft account. See, that's the problem though. Amanda, I'm using actually Excel from the computer. I'm not using like the Office from the computer. So I actually have my web pages already darkened. So if I actually were to use Office from Microsoft like 365, which I have, that would probably work for me. really well, but I'm actually using the hard app itself. I'm not sure if there's a. It'd be kind of cool if there was a way to do it from that. Roberto, my Twitter is in the bottom left-hand side of the page right here. I always worry about that. Like, somehow I got to figure out how to make that more readable, but it's down at the bottom left-hand side here. I'll try to point at it with my mouse. It's like my mouse is right over my Reddit account and Twitter account, but I'm at Cold Steel Bop, ColdSteelBop. And you can follow me on there. And I'm gonna stay in this channel. I'm gonna stay in the space call. I mean, and you know, you guys can go in there and listen, or I could just stream it from here, and we can listen to what it is that's being said there. I don't know if I really want to do that, but it is time to go ahead and start the morning intro. Do note that today's song is going to sound depressing, but in regards to fixing, I'm talking about us fixing our economy, our market, not ourselves necessarily, but fixing ourselves isn't a bad thing either. And I'm not doing it. We're doing it. We're doing this together. So anyways, enjoy the intro. I'll see you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Stress on shuttles and brakes to the south.
guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
When you try your best but you don't succeed, when you get what you want but not what you need, when you feel so tired but you can't sleep, stuck in rivers, and the tears come streaming down your face, when you lose something you can't replace, when you love someone but it goes to waste, could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. And high up above or down below, when you're too in love to let it go, but if you never try you'll never know just what you were. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you.
And one thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.
Tears stream down your face when you lose something you cannot replace. Tears stream down your face, and tears stream down your face. I promise you I will learn from your mistakes. Tears stream down your face, and lights will guide you home and ignite your
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we fix you.
There's a bunch of new people in here, so if anybody didn't hear, there's going to be another call at 4 o'clock. Well, sorry, what time is it, David? We'll just market calls.
4 Eastern.
4 Eastern, yeah. 1 Pacific. So we're going to clarify more and go through this, and we're going to be having regular calls on a regular basis, probably weekly, and working in the background on all this stuff as well. So I think we have, okay, let's see. We are at Earl is up next, then Jerry, then we can.
And
Yeah,
Earl gets to speak for as long as he wants because he's waited longer than I think anybody's ever waited.
True.
No, I just got a couple, just 2 things to say. One, this is, I mean, I've been here since January 27th. This is great. These hedge funds and market makers are so fucked. They have no idea. And one other thing. We like to stop. We like to stop. We like to stop.
If you could play that for like 10 minutes straight, it might wake me up and give me my second win.
All right, that's it. Thanks for hosting, Dave. That's all I was.
God, I'll just tell you right now, the patience that you exhibited to play that is what this is all about. I know that sounds so cheesy, but it's so true.
Yeah. All right, man. Hey, you guys have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks, sir. Jerry, go ahead, man.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Dave, appreciate you having me up, man. Yeah, this is what I've been waiting for, man. Hey, Jerry, haven't talked to you in forever, too. I heard you, Jay, man. I wanted to jump in and say hello, man, but I didn't want to interrupt everybody and be rude. So yeah, you know, when we forget our whys, the emotions run high, right? I mean, you know, we're here for our own whys, but we're here for bigger cause too for each other. And I'll tell you, you know, I've been like Jay. You know, it's been very disheartening and hurts in the heart, man. You see the community divided and hurt, and all this doxing crap going on, and throwing people's past and their hurts and pains out there, you know, for the whole world to see. It's very disheartening. It's emotionally, you know, for those guys of us that, you know, have big hearts and kind of wear our hearts on our sleeves, you know, it's pretty tough. But I'm glad to see this, David. I'm glad to see this. I'm glad you're up here. I'm glad you're doing this. I hope people will learn to stop tearing each other apart. This world is torn as apart enough as it is. We didn't come together for this cause, for what's been happening the last 2-3 months, I guess. And it's, you know, many of you guys know my story. The boys I work with in these homes, been taken from their families, mothers, fathers, nothing. You know, I started them out with like 10 shares back in January, 10 shares apiece. You know, I'm happy to say they're up to about 100 shares apiece. There's 35 boys. You can do the math on that. That money will go into a trust fund. But those shares were made possible because of what you guys were willing to teach me. Okay, let me think about that. What you guys were willing to teach me has given these guys some kind of hope when they turn 18 and get out of those homes and have nothing. And they're going to have a trust account. You know, that being said, I mean, it goes to this. Our teachers in this community and our students in this community, we all depend on each other. In some weird way, shape, form, or fashion, we all depend on each other. Now, the things I've learned from you guys are invaluable. You know, I'm 55 years old. It's the first time in my life. Well, back in January, I knew nothing. I didn't know all the acronyms. I didn't know what an FTD was. I didn't know what OT BTC was. I didn't know anything. I just knew there was a stock market. I had a job. So, it speaks volumes to the amount of knowledge that has been spread for the last 11 months. And when we're distracted with drama, bullshit, doxing, ghosting, all this other shit, he said, she said stuff like you guys were talking about earlier, it prevents us from learning, and it prevents you from teaching. You guys that do have the knowledge to do this. And we're doing ourselves an injustice because our greatest strength is unity.
I'm going to cut him off right there, but these people, I didn't ask for permission to record these people, and I just realized that, it's probably not fair for me to not have them know. Fish Killer, I think there's some good. I think there's some bad. I kind of wanted Twitter. I wanted Twitter to kind of be one of those places, the space calls, to where I could hear your voices, because for me, it helps me to kind of continue on doing what I'm doing. And I found like another family. I found another family there, and so it kind of pains me to see everybody kind of tearing each other apart, because that's not what I wanted to hear. It really wasn't. I wanted to find a place where I could find unity, and so it's kind of nice to see that happening right now. But back to our regularly scheduled program. Let's see here. What's the first thing I want to point out? Volume hasn't spiked. Didn't spike like I had thought that there was a potential chance that it might do. Price is still moving up. Earlier this morning, I was going to hedge off of $42. No, sorry, $41 for a price prediction. I think I'm still going to do that. So my price prediction for the day today is 39.5 to 42.5. And I think I'm going to probably end up being on the low side. But I have not received Eric's price prediction. Monty is in, who's covering for Adam. And he's already put his number up there, 38.50 to 41.50. Which is weird because I could have sworn he said something earlier that was the same price as he had yesterday, which is 38.75 to 41.75. But I'm going to go ahead and let him change it because, it's the beginning of the market and he may have changed his mind. So I'm going to put him down for what he just said. Unless he wants to change it again. And I'm cool with that, Monty. If you want to change it back, that's cool. Bundaro, good morning. Yeah, I'm going to check everything here in just a second. We still got about 15 minutes. I'll pull up that space call. Maybe from time to time, I'm going to probably ask a question first. Hold on a second here. I'm going to ask him, make sure that it's okay for me to stream that. I think it's probably right to do that. Bundar coming in really close with the same. I think we're all kind of feeling like there's a positive move in price today. I needed a breather. Duncan coming in today with a price prediction of 38.8 to 41.8. The only person I'm missing is Eric. And I'm not missing him. He's actually got his prediction in, and I just didn't check my phone. 37.5 to 40.5 for Eric. The only way I beat out Eric today is by him missing 40.5 and me catching the 42.5 on the top for me. JP going 36 to 39. Somebody asked some other questions. Let me go back through and what you guys wrote here. Check the 30-minute time frame. I see it. I think the inverted hedge. So this is the problem with this one though. And I like this. I agree. It does look like an inverted head and shoulders. The only problem with this head and shoulders inverted is probably the fact that the trailing shoulder is not higher than the leading shoulder. So this being the leading shoulder and this being the trailing shoulder, um, technical analysis would tell you that this shoulder should be higher. But we've seen plenty of instances in the past where that's not necessarily, it doesn't do exactly what it's supposed to do, but the pattern formation, does still happen. So I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. And I don't know why, but it's always fun to draw one of these whenever you see them. Fish Killer saying the Ichimoto cloud showing bull movement. Let's check it out. It's got to be on the 1 hour. A 1 hour at a very minimum. Let's see here. Yep. We're driving through it pretty hard. We're busting into the cloud on the 1 hour. This would be a zero trade period though. You can see that the cloud is here, but the buying pressure for Monday, like if we were to drive up into the, the 4250 range that I'm talking about, there could be some heavy buying pressure come Monday morning from day traders. Super heavy. Let's check it on the 4 hour. Yeah. Oops. Yep, looking good on the 4. Actually, the 4 hour is more of a it's a better indicator on the 4 hour than the 1 hour. And this one, the only problem with this one, you'll notice the base. Nope, that's not the base. Never mind. Just kidding. I thought that was the base right there. It's not. Where is the base though? It's all about the base. I don't see. Oh, it's way up here. Yeah. Okay. So the problem right here, you have the conversion line below the baseline. The baseline's up here at the top. That's got to switch over. So as long as the price pops up out of the cloud, this baseline has to come down here, and the conversion line needs to cross over the base before they would probably start buying. If it's even heading in that direction and it's outside the cloud, they might do some late buying in the aftermarket hours today. I can see that happening. Let's see here. It's not quite time. We got about 9 more minutes before we're going to start checking out all the numbers. Let me text somebody. We'll see what they say. We'll see if they want to put out a disclaimer that that it's being recorded, the live stream. Oh, I'm actually already getting back a message. Okay, I've been asked to not stream that, so if you guys want to go check it out, that's cool. Yeah, so go check it out, guys. There's, that's I don't want to if they're, if that's not something they want. If the space calls they don't want streamed, I'm gonna respect that. So I'm not gonna stream it. And I don't want them to think that I'm gonna stream it, so I'm actually gonna back out. All right, I backed out. I just don't know where volume is. It's so crazy. I just don't. I don't get it. I think that there's going to be a late day volume push. The topic of the space call. Let me. I'll just read you the title. Uh, the title of it is 11/12/21, a day that will live in ape history, the day we united. And it's basically like just everybody talking about like the division right now amongst apes about so many different topics, and I think really kind of getting back to the basics. You know, like there's just no need for a lot of some of this stuff. I don't know. I feel like I joined up Twitter because I really kind of was excited about the opportunity to be able to hear y'all speak and whatnot, and so I was, I guess, really happy about finding a place where I could hear others' voices besides just hearing myself talk all day. And then I felt like I stepped into a cesspool of just people tearing each other apart, and so I think the community's trying to heal, which is good. Uh, this is a really nasty ascending parallel channel in the fact that I'm trying to touch as many points as I can to the top points, but there's not. We had a couple points that were out here. If I pull up a Bollinger on these, I would not be surprised if these 2 points right here, these two candlesticks, were outside the Bollinger. Let's check it out and see. Now, one of them was so close to touching. Definitely these were. So with an ascending parallel channel, that's a bearish uh, movement, a bearish indicator, which means that when this breaks out, it will break out going down. Yeah, Ollie, Twitter is a little bit toxic. It is. I was looking for something and I felt I found it in Twitter. Um, and I'd like to remain positive about the idea that it can be a positive place for apes to gather, to talk, to have a community so that we can talk and just, I don't know, have a nice place to get together. But I don't know. When it's touching the top, so the Bollinger, what this is, the top red line and the bottom red line are your standard your 3 sigma. I actually set mine up for 3 sigma. If you're using it on your computer, it's naturally set up for a 2 sigma, the width. Right, so this is what yours would probably look like right here. And with a 2 sigma, forgive me for not remembering these statistics off the top of my head. I have to look it up real quick. Sorry, 1 second. I don't remember. I don't keep these numbers memorized on the top of my head, so 99.7 on a 3 sigma, 99.7% of your data should be inside your bands, the upper and lower bands. So in this particular case, when I set a 3 sigma on here, it's basically saying that like 99.7% of the data should all be inside of these bands. Now, if you set it up for a 2 sigma, then that number becomes lower. The amount of data that's supposed to be inside the bands, and that number is 95.4, I think 95 around 90. Let me click on a different one here. Holy crap, man! Everybody's putting on. They don't want you to copy their images. Yeah, 95.4 or thereabouts. And then 1 sigma is 68.2, right? So if you have a 2 sigma set up, which is what I just put it to right now on mine, 95.4% of the data, which is a lot of data, like pretty much everything should be within the bands. But in this particular instance, you can see on our price rise right here, a lot of the price action was outside of it. And so what it would suggest is when it hits that upper level, there's some unusual event going on here. Because the volatility is not large enough. So the bands would indicate volatility, whereas when your price action moves up to a certain level and breaks that level, then you're saying that the price movement is beyond the volatility, and so that, in other words, it's unnatural movement, right? These are what would be considered outliers, and outliers shouldn't happen very often. That's why I changed mine to a 3 sigma, because that's 99.7% of the data, and so now to me now I only have like 3 outliers so far in here, and that's still too many. That's still way too many. So that means that there's probably going to be a correction off of the top. So you see the price movement coming back down. The blue center line is the exponential moving average. And so typically speaking, depending on how much activity you see above or hitting the upper band or the lower band, you'll see a hard push back down towards the center line. But as long as everything stays within the bands, that should be good to go. Normal price action, normal movement, nothing abnormal. Now, obviously, if you go up to a much higher time frame, like a 1 hour, and you pull out the Bollinger on a 1 hour, a lot more of the data should be within that, right? Like if I would expect that like 99.7% of it should be within. Uh-oh. So, and here's a point that's out right here. That 47.50 that we hit on a 1 hour was very unusual. But as it stands right now, and this is unusual as well, the bottom side of it. That's really funny. The top of our, or the top of this the top at 47 50 and the bottom of 36.35 were both outside the Bollinger Band. So it's like it's a rubber band. The rubber band it got too taut one direction, so it bounced back down and released by hitting the bottom on the other side. And then you have normal price movement. It is time for technical analysis, so let me get to it. I can't see what you guys have been writing. Ali's saying, I've lost hope in humanity when it comes to social media. Yeah. Twitter used to be just people trying to be witty, now it's full of hate. There's good stuff still out there. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to say that I'm good, and I'm not trying to say I'm bad either. But you know, you can still find goodness in places. You just have to find it. It's there. You just have to look for it. And you'll know it. You'll know it when you find it. We all do. We all know it when we find it. I joined a space call the other day where I was just like, wow, this is so toxic. And I just left almost immediately. I was like, yeah, this is not my thing. Let's go ahead and pull up the other page. Hopefully we can be remain the deep dark secret that nobody wants to release to the world, Ali, and we can continue to have a safe place here. That would be my hopes. Updating some pages. Since it is the first technical analysis of the day, I'm going to go through things a little bit slower. Congratulations to both Eric and myself. I feel weird getting myself on the pat on the back, but I did. Eric got a price prediction point yesterday, so did I. If both Eric and I miss it, Duncan's in the contention to tie. Otherwise, it's just Eric against me. And we do have a little bit of price crossover between the two of us. My low is 39.5. His high is 45. So we have only a $1 crossover between the two of us. So we'll see what happens. It's gonna be I'm hoping here. High hopes. Looking at off exchange. True Demon's numbers. I sent him a message yesterday. I asked him. I said, "How are we looking on short exempt volume utilization and day-over-day price increase values as still being the targets that we need to hit in order for us to indicate MOASS?" I'm hoping he comes back and says it's still the same numbers. Because if he comes back and he adjusts the numbers, then I feel like we have a floating target. So we'll see what happens when what he says. We'll see what he comes back with. But I do want to note that short exempt volume fell by about 200,000, I think it was, day over day in volume, which is understandable considering that yesterday we had low volume. Utilization fell by a very small fraction. Day over day price increase, we had a 3.06 price increase yesterday. Let me go ahead and update off exchange and see where we're at right now. 56.32. Now that's really high. Normally by this time in the morning, we would see normally we would see 53% or less at this time in the morning. So to see it at 56 is abnormally high. So a lot of trades are being pushed into the off exchange. Borrowed change amount. There's a return of 457.3 thousand shares. Let's see. Gotta get my numbers up here. Okay. And that's going to decrease our estimated short share interest of the free float down to 16.78%. Taking a look at the top right-hand corner, we're going to look at institutional share ownership, which is the third item down. I think it's the third item down. What do you see here? 1, 2, 3, fourth item. Fourth item down from the top there. Institutional shares long, it was 154,993. I'm going to update it. Wow. This is probably what, I forgot the name already. Hold on a second. Sean Alexander was talking about. I'm sorry, Sean. Brain fart. This is probably what Sean was talking about earlier this morning. That is a big, big jump. It's so big that we need to take a look at this right now. We're not going to wait. I'm going to take out everything here, and we're going to see where this jump came from. Again, 159.5 is a massive jump because the last data that I had was 154.99. So that's like almost a 5 million share increase by institutions. So let's see who done it. Who done it? Oh, there's just a lot. Mitsubishi UFJ Trust and Banking Corporation, JP Morgan, set up a call and some long positions. Vanguard bought. Notice the numbers over here, they're in the 47 range, which means they're out of the money right now. Remember, this is reporting from a while back. This is like 3-month-old data, but it's being reported now. Let's see here. I'm not sure if this is a long or short position. Wolverine Trading Company has a call, put, and long position. It looks like they had more calls than puts, so that's probably a long position there. Kings Point Capital Management sold off their shares. I have no idea how many they had. Who's the big hitter? Vanguard. Vanguard? No, wait. Value. Yeah, that's probably the best number to look at. Vanguard's a big hitter. Vanguard bought the most. Geode Capital Management was a big one. Anyways. No, not on Wednesday. This is actually, Ollie, this is all, BlackRock bought 10 million. No, BlackRock bought 9.5 million, and it was, I think that was last week. We already covered that one. That's already been covered. Or it might have been earlier this week. I can't remember when exactly. We can scroll down and see it here. Right here. Here's BlackRock. It was reported on the 9th. What day was that? That was the Tuesday. That's when it was reported. But you guys got to remember, please remember, this is all data from 3 months ago. So we have a lot of long positions here, though. Ali, if you come down here to BlackRock as an example, and I don't know that you will get this data unless you're subscribed, Fintel subscriber, subscriber. If you click on this little button, this little tab right here, you can take that, you go into it, and then what you can do is you can scroll down and you can see where they have their shares at on their previous ownership and then versus their current reporting. And you can just subtract the two numbers and then it gets you the number that that they added to their value. That's the easiest way to do it. But they increased their shareholdings by 9.5 million, increasing their average share price from 33.44 to 47.37. 47.37. That's pretty big. They're out of the money right now. This is old data, but they're out of the money. Anyways, that's big information. Wanted to throw that up there so you guys could see. I got to change my numbers now. Let's make sure I get this right. So 154 to 159.5. That is increasing. So this is also another really important thing to kind of point out to you guys. That increases institutional share ownership to 31.5% of the total amount of shares in existence. Institutional ownership is nearly at 1/3 of all the shares in existence. Almost. It's getting really, really close. Really close. That's good to see. Get pumped. We did break out of the ascending parallel channel here. We got to go back though. We got to go back to the stats page here, and max pain is 40 for the day today. Let's see where our current volume is trading according to the options chain. Uh-oh, I gotta go let my dog in right after. Somebody remind me after I get done with this to go let my dog in, please. I'll forget. Let's see here. Highest level of volume. I should have just left it on the other page. Still at the $50. No. Let me take that back. Seer moment. There we go. I think that's a pretty good distribution of what's going on here. All right. Highest level of volume at a $40 strike price for today. That's the same as yesterday. There's currently 7.1 thousand contracts. On the puts, highest level of volume currently, it's a real close tie, but $40. So it went from 37 from yesterday up to 40. So there's a real struggle for 40, but the volume is lower. The volume is lower for the puts versus the calls. Only 3.5 million contracts on the puts. To me, this is signaling towards a really close to a $40. Everything's going to be hinging on $40 today. Everything's going to be hinging on that. That's the max pain. The options are signaling for that. The spread in the open interest is 30 to 50 on strike prices. Everything is pointing towards $40. Everything. Oops. Really not a whole lot to look at this right here, guys. I mean, because the banks were closed, there really wasn't just a whole lot to look at. Nothing really majorly changed. So our shares on loan, I think, stayed the same. Yeah, they stayed the same. Everything pretty much stayed the same. Utilization dropped ever so slightly. So there's not really much to show here. I'm almost done, Eric. Almost done. I do appreciate the reminder. It's not that bad out. It's actually really kind of nice out today. If it was worse, I'd immediately gone and got them. Orders by Fidelity customers. He's actually enjoying the day out there. He was. He didn't want to come in earlier, so we just left him out. AMC currently in 16th position with 51% buys to 49% sales. Again, we're in that gray zone at $40 to $45. Not a whole lot of people are going to look at that and go like, yeah, I want to jump in at 40. It's just the way it is. They see things with lower values and feel like I could get more bang for my buck on that. That's what we did when we bought AMC. We got 700,000 shares here and another 50. So 0.75 added to the amount of shares borrowed for the day today is going to put us at 3.55. 3.55 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. That's 4.5, I think, is kind of average. So we're still below the average on shares being borrowed. In the money calls, 12.7 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 96.1 thousand out of the money contracts for the puts. This number's still too high. NASDAQ is up 0.24, Dow Jones is up 0.29, S&P 500 is up 0.21. The market is advancing slightly over declining with 3,952 advancers to 3,227 decliners. Robinhood is up 3.73. Amazon is up 0.38. Cinemark is down 0.14. Doge is down 2.09. GME is down 1.65, and AMC is up about 1%. Our inflow versus outflow, currently a 10-point spread with more inflow than outflow. Volume is low. What is it? We're on pace for 49.6 million shares traded for the day today. My prediction is between 55 and 75. I YOLO'd. I YOLO'd on the volume. I YOLO'd on the volume and may have jumped the gun. Hopium. Sweet, sweet hopium. On 1 hour interval, we have pretty even buying to selling pressure. RSI a bit high at 59.07. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.16. You can see that we already peaked the 70% range and came back down, so we're having possibly consolidation right now. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.22. Again, we peaked on RSI and came back down, so again, more consolidation. And so here we are, and where are we going? Where are we going? Well, we're not going here anymore. That's for sure. Oh, time to go get the dog. Be right back. It is actually a really nice day here in Austin, Texas. I mean, really nice. I'm going like, why am I not out walking or something? I'm glad it's the weekend. If you want to see how crooked these guys are, look at Bergen KDV Wealth Management LLC. They're reporting 0 shares and share change at negative 100%. Then search for them on the last 2 quarters, nothing. Okay, let me check that out. One second. Oh. Ouch. Here's what I'm getting, Sean. I'm gonna pull it up over here. I'm showing that they had 214.29 shares that they reported in what appears to be possibly the first quarter. Then on the second quarter, they sold their shares, but their average share price was 22.73. So they likely made a profit because I would imagine by the third quarter, almost everything was higher than 22.73 in share price. So they dumped about 214.3 shares. So not really a whole lot. That's what I'm showing. And I'm locked up. And that's for Bergen KDV Wealth Management LLC. I'm gonna zoom out here just a little bit to the 30-minute interval, just because I want to focus in on that head and shoulders that Bandara was talking about this morning, and I want to say that if this formation were to complete, I would suggest that there's a possibility that price should be rising back up to maybe the 41.60 range, possibly the 42.74. Hard to say, but that's if the pattern completes. And I'm gonna delete this. This was my 5-minute interval wedge that I had created yesterday. These are the two touch points at the top here. We didn't quite break out. It was really close to breaking out right here. But in the aftermarket hours, we definitely had a breakout going down, right? At least here, we had a breakout here. All those points were down. The only thing that I think that would have saved this analysis would have been, instead of me using this touch point right here, was to have taken this and used the touch point up top, which it's locked, so it won't let me. In which case, that would have probably, using that touch point and potentially this bottom touch point right down here, also locked. Would have had the breakout being really close to the tip there. So we just had a few points that broke out. You know, I'm always open to moving the wedges once, maybe twice, but third time's too many. So, you know, there's just a little bit more price action that was out there, that discoverable price action for the formation. Yeah, I think I suggested. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah, I had suggested that earlier this morning. I don't recall who came in and said May 24th, and I was looking. I was like, yeah, I kind of think May 24th as well. But then I started looking at it some more, and I was looking at the pre-market volume, and I felt like May 21st is more what we were looking like with the pre-market volume. So I mean, yeah, I I would tend to maybe agree. But if that's the case, then we should see. Actually, we did see it. A little bit of a scooping action. Let me just make sure here. Yeah, there should be a scooping action, which is this, probably this. Scooping action followed by a little bit of down price, a little bit of up price, then it should be kind of like mediocre across, and then start spiking. So hard to say when. It could be today, it could be Friday, but we'll see. Even, whatever we do end up seeing today will be on a much larger scale for or Monday. Man, I can't believe volume. It's insane. Absolutely insane. I don't want to draw this because it's like so close to the end. It's almost a triangle and looking like a little bit of a head and shoulder pattern. There's a good chance this could break out going down. What are you guys saying here? On the AMC Fintel page, I changed the date from 9:30 to 6:30, and they show nothing. Yes, on the AMC, so that is correct. So let me. I didn't show you all the pages that I went through there, Sean. So let me do that for you. I just took you straight to the page, but this is the AMC page here. If I scroll down and I typed in the Bergen in here and it popped up. And of course, you see average share price and shares is zero and all, pretty much all the same stuff that you said. Whenever you see this, that's a complete liquidation of their position. If you click on this button, this radio button right here, it'll pop open. It poops open another page for you. And if you see here, it says latest disclosed ownership, 0 shares. And then as you scroll down, what you can see is you can see that the 630 report shows you that they had 214.29 shares at 22.73 average share price. I'm sorry, that's wrong. They had 44 shares. Oh, my bad earlier. I was telling you the change percentage. They had a total of 44 shares that they sold at 22.73, so not even 214. Yeah. So they liquidated their 44 shares in the third quarter, which would have been probably like just after June 2nd, as the price was dipping, maybe. Right? So they got like maybe $60 for their 44 shares. Let's see what the price difference is. I'm just gonna assume that. Oh yeah, so they put in $1,000 into the stock. They dumped $1,000, and then they probably got them for like $60 a piece. So they made $1,640 on their trade. That's gas money for a year. Good job. Good job, Bergen. Way to pay somebody's salary for a week. way to go out there and really get into it. That's like iceberg. That's like iceberg coming out and being like, we just took a massive massive put position against AMC because their financials are crappy. And then you go and look at the data and they're all like, uh, you know, 8 contracts. 8 contracts for a put price. It's like pretty much near the same price that it's trading at the time. You know, it's just like, yeah, you're big time, aren't you? Aren't you, fella? You know, somebody had posted something. Actually, I think I covered it with you guys yesterday. But somebody had a really good point on Reddit that I needed to check into. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick here. Okay, so here's what they posted. So this is on the hedge fund Perma Bear Clark shuts down amid historic bull market. And I said I was checking Fintel earlier when I saw this article, and they have not shorted AMC. Not sure how this is relevant. But then somebody said, were they shorted any other stocks whose price action was closely correlated to AMC in the last 10 months? So I said I would pull the information and check it out. And I'm going to be a man of my word here and look, because I do want to know. I'm interested. That's a great point. So let's check it out. Perma Bear Clark. Sorry, guys. Give me a second while I figure this out, because I do want to research this a little bit. Um, hmm. All right, let's try GME. I'm going to try a different way of finding this because I'm looking it up and I can't find their ticker. I can't find their institution or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try this a different way. I'm going to go to GME SEC filings, and I'm going to check and see if short interest owners, if they're one of them. Bear, nope. Let's see. Perma, nothing. If you guys know what what they trade under. Oh wait, I have it. I know how to look this up. If you guys ever want to look up information about anybody who trades on the markets, type in SEC and then the name of the company. Perma-Fix Environmental Services, maybe? Normally I get something that pops up and I'm not really getting anything. Somebody said RC Global Fund. Global, RC Global Fund. Let me check that out and see. No. GIVYX, GIV. Huh. I cannot figure out their company name or ticker or CIK, anything. Let's see what you guys are saying here. I don't see. I don't see anything. I can't find anything on it. The only thing that I can find relating to PERMA is PERMA Fix Environmental Services. But that's an oil company. Or not oil, sorry. It's it's not a hedge fund. It's some kind of environmental friendly, maybe environmental services where they try to do cleanups potentially. But I'm not seeing anything related to a hedge fund called Perma Bear Clark. Is this like fake news or something? Wait a minute. This might be a UK hedge fund. RC Global Fund. So I looked up RC Global Fund. Let me try that again. Okay, that's it. That's what it's called. RC Global Fund. Ooh. Okay, well, I already checked GME and AMC both for an RC Global, and neither of those picked up. But if you try to look up, this might be more more work than I'm willing to put in. It should be super easy to find. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna give up on that one. I think. I don't really feel like there's anything I can. I don't think there's anything I can discover. Nothing that just stands out. Where are we going here? This wasn't a breakout, by the way. This is just bad TA. I would suggest that if we end up hitting something like this and bouncing off of it just slightly, then we probably have a bearish triangle. And if that's the case, then this should be breaking out, going down a little bit further. Potentially down to about 38.80. We'll probably find some support down there. Let's see what's going on in the news. Dreamscape to launch immersive virtual reality destination in partnership with AMC Theaters at New Jersey's Westfield Garden State Plaza. Ooh, what's that about? Opening November 19th. Oh, by the way, guys, I already have my tickets for AMC to go to a movie. Let's see, I'll pull it up on here. I have to scratch out a little bit of stuff. I don't know if you guys can see that. Ghostbusters Afterlife. Set up to go. We got our seats already picked out and everything. We're going to go see that. What day are we seeing that on? We're going to go on Friday, November the 19th. So, a week from today. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Oh man, this is gonna break out going up? No way. Let's see. I didn't finish reading this. Dreamscape, opening November 19th. Advanced tickets are available now for the highly anticipated location in Paramus, New Jersey. Dreamscape, the local, oh boy, having a rough day today. Dreamscape, the location-based immersive virtual reality company, today announced it will open its next venue in Paramus, New Jersey. Dreamscape at AMC Garden State at the Westfield Garden State Plaza on November 19th, 2021. Launched in the partnership with AMC Theaters, Dreamscape will be located within the AMC Garden State 16 Theater, serving the greater New Jersey and New York metro area. Audiences can purchase advance tickets for the location from dreamscapeimmersive.com. The newest Dreamscape venue brings the company's lauded free roaming and free flying virtual reality entertainment to the East Coast for the first time, combining the emotional power of Hollywood storytelling with the visceral excitement of great theme park rides. Dreamscape's revolutionary full body tracking technology powers heart pumping dynamic adventures that offer a deep level immersion. Pushing the limits of virtual reality, guests young and old, ages 10 and over, are invited to experience the magic of full sensory storytelling in realistic and interactive virtual worlds. The new location marks the continued growth of Dreamscape's business as audiences return time and time again to enjoy the company's immersively popular VR adventures. Our longtime partnership with Dreamscape delivers, this is a quotation, our longtime partnership with Dreamscape delivers an AMC Theater's mission to provide a best-in-class, innovative experience to audiences everywhere, said Adam Aaron, CEO and President. We're excited to bring Dreamscape virtual reality to the greater New Jersey and New York metro area at Dreamscape at AMC Garden State, offering moviegoers a futuristic adventure that takes entertainment to new highs. Dreamscape was founded to be a place where people make lifelong memories by exploring fantastical worlds with their friends and family, said the founder of the CEO of Dreamscape. We believe in pushing creative boundaries, and Dreamscape VR combines premium technology with awe-inspiring, breathtaking content to fully engage our audience in experience like never before. We can't wait to open our doors in Paramus so guests can enjoy our one-of-a-kind VR adventures. I've never heard of these. I have no idea what that is. It sounds interesting. Anybody know anything about that? Because I've never even heard of it before. China Evergrande Group shares rallied to end Friday nearly 10% higher, and Chinese junk dollar bonds continue to rebound amid signals that authorities will offer support to ease the liquidity crunch in real estate. Chinese banking regulators set to complete an investigation into the relationship between the property developer and Shangjing Bank Company, the Financial Times reported, citing two unidentified people. Sunac China Holdings Limited plans to sell its vast culture and tourism business, according to people familiar with the matter. The latest builder seeking to offload assets during an industry-wide liquidity crunch. I don't know. I feel like we're going back and forth on this whole Evergrande thing. Like, is it what's the deal? What's going on here? The media can't make up their mind. Hmm. It looks interesting, that link that you sent there, Duncan. I'm curious what it looks like, though. Like, actually in it. I'm going to have to pull up a YouTube video on that later when I go on break. Mm-hmm. It looks like cryptocurrency might be taking some hits, not serious ones, but let me go back to let me look at it on my phone real quick here. It's a little bit easier for me to see. Yeah. It's like right across the board. There's a couple that are up. But not like major losses, at least not yet. SafeMoon's taken a pretty big hit. Good afternoon, JP. What's news? Just the only thing I'm seeing right now is Dreamscape and cryptocurrency taking a little bit of a tanking. And Monty's, I just don't know what to make of this whole Evergrande thing. I mean, I feel like at one minute we're getting Fed news saying that that it's going down, and then the next minute, um, they seem to be fine, and the stock price is going, or the bond prices for it are going back up again. So I don't know. I really don't know what to believe anymore. All right, so this is now the third time that I'm having to move this wedge. So there's got to be a bigger outlying feature here. We're coming close to the end of this period for this inverted head and shoulders. Let me just verify these time periods real quick here. We're really close to the end. As far as this pattern formation on the inverted head and shoulders, you can see that the time frame we're actually just expiring past it right now. So if this thing does take off on that 30-minute head and shoulder, each one of these time bars is 132 bars. Oh no. Well, I'm not gonna change that. 22 bar. There are 22 bars on a 30-minute interval. So what would that be as far as time goes? 11 hours. So each one of these bars is 11 hours worth of time. So pretty long bars, and we're just now punching through what I would say is the end of this one. So if we're going to see a price change here, it should be pretty soon, going upwards. However, the pattern that we have currently is a bearish triangle. We've already touched the bottom here. It looks like 3 times. I'm probably going to poke out here the 4th time. It's funny how China is trying to say everything is okay because they don't want to lose a ton of money due to the Olympics in February. I didn't even know they had the Olympics coming up. And there's the breakout, or what appears to be the breakout of the bearish triangle. This is pretty funny. Get in your home. This is posted by Dragon _Vikic. Vikic. And the title that they put here was we're all going to be traumatized by this damn number. but you know what I want to say, guys, is that consolidation just underneath $40 is ideal. To me, it's a really good thing that we went into the bang phase at $40.07 because relatively close to the same price before we take off would be just underneath that 40 to 45. So getting a big launch off of a value just underneath 40 would be great. So we finally moved over into the negative, and it's time for TA. Updating Vortex. Updating off exchange. And updating contracts. Options chain, sorry. Okay, so off exchange is up by about 3% since the last hour that we checked this. That's good. We're looking good on a good pace to move up into the 60% range. I think we had really strong numbers earlier this morning at 56%, which was probably higher than 3% higher than what I would expect to see by that hour. Right now, I'd say right on pace for where we're supposed to be on a normal basis. Borrowed change, we have 562.2 thousand shares having been returned. That is, it was 457.3 earlier, so it's increased a little bit on how much has been returned. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is 16.76%. Highest level of volume for today on the calls is at a $40 strike price with 11.5 thousand contracts. That is up from 7.1 an hour ago. And an hour ago, the highest level strike price for the puts was at 40 also. It has gone from 3.5 to 6.5. So almost a 2-to-1 ratio on volume, but the strike price is the same. Still signaling for a $40 close or fight for 40 for today. Everything's pointing at 40. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC not on the top 10 list. I believe we were in 11th an hour ago. We are currently falling down to 19th with a 51% buy to 49% sell ratio. GME not on the list. Come on. Okay. Shares having been borrowed in the last hour. None. Wait, let me verify that. Yeah, none. So total shares borrowed for the day today is 3.55 million. 12.7 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 96,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. This number's still too high. I would expect to see some support at around 39.20. Right now we have a buy wall at 39. The NASDAQ is up 0.54, Dow Jones up 0.28, and the S&P 500 is up 0.43. Advancers over decliners is 3,530 to 3,695. Ooh, no, the decliners are higher. Market's starting to decline. 3,695 to 3,530. Starting to get a little bit of a reversal. Robinhood is up 3.89%, 3.92 now. Amazon is up 1%. Cinemark is down 1.69. Doge is down 2.83, 85, 87, 89. It's going higher. Higher and higher and higher on losses. GME is down negative 2.76. AMC is down negative 0.3. And we currently have 11-point spread. 11-point spread between, 9-point spread between inflow and outflow. With a 10 million shares having been traded in an hour and 40 minutes. Which puts us on pace for 27.8 million shares traded for the day today. Low, low, low. How low can you go? As Rule was saying, that's the song I need to play for. I think he was saying that's the song I need to play for next week. I should have played it for today. $53 would be the ideal price. JP, I was seeing what you wrote over there. 53 would be the ideal price right now. Moving on to the 1 hour. Looks to me like we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 50.05. Looks like we might get some possible consolidation coming up here. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 48.38. And a 5-minute interval, nope, it's a sell-off. All three of them saying selling off. Oh, there we go. We got a little bit of a upwards action on the buying movement here on the 5-minute. RSI at 36.76. A little bit of a sell-off here. We'll see if they continue to drop the price. We're still tracking those same lows. Remember, the price needed to get up to 41.80 and it never got up there. The highest it got up to is 40.44. Let me just back out just a little bit to make sure that's the case. It is 40.44. We were close. What am I saying? Why am I saying these numbers? After the dip down below the 21.5% drop at 36.35, we start tracking new highs in price. The new high was 40.44, which was not a 15% increase in price, which means that we could still potentially see a decrease lower than 36.35. The only way that we stop seeing decreases going down is by having new highs higher than 15% from the previous low of 36.35, which would be $41.80. So we haven't hit that high level yet. So they could be pushing this back down to this blue line, this 19%. 38.25 would be a number. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not personally expecting it to make it back down there. I think we, kind of what Amanda just said, dip before the rip. I think we'll see a little bit of a dip here. But I think that this is giving us a nice descending parallel channel here. No, it's not. Let me try again. Oof, I'm having a rough time here. I'm going to hold that. This is a bullish indicator. When it breaks out, it should break out going up. No, Joe, we're not. We're not seeing him right now. So let me show you what I saw. Based off the GME modeling that I did, and this is a very rough breakdown here, but it's to give you an idea. Based on some of the price action and movement that occurred leading up to the squeeze in for GME, we were tracking along very similarly to what happened to GME. Just on a kind of a little bit of a different, you'll notice down here at the very bottom of the page I have a multiplier. We were on a little bit of a different multiplier, and the multiplier was, it's been a long time, 4.37 or 4.73. I want to say it was 4.63. I think that's what it was, 4.63. So if I enter in the multiplier in here, what it does is it changes all the prices in here so that you see a little bit different price action. And this kind of gave me an idea on kind of what we were seeing on our price levels, what prices we could potentially end up seeing, if we had a squeeze very similar to GME's, based on our volume levels, what kind of multipliers we could have. So if we had our buy button ripped away from us, similarly to when they had, then our high price would have ended up being around like $2,382. But taking the multiplier back out, I guess what I want you to just notice is that, and I don't have all the information here for you to see, but there were some very specific price points that we hit that were very similar and moving around the same price points that you're seeing right here in the first portion of their squeeze. And once we broke, in my opinion, once GME broke past that $21 mark, that was really kind of like the big signifying point in time to where it was just kind of like, okay, it's time, it's over. Now, the mistake that I made back then is that I didn't have this multiplier put in, and AMC was trading at a multiplier much higher. Now, I really feel like we were getting there. The share dilution that happened on June 1st and June 2nd kind of stifled this a little bit and kind of pushed out the period of time, but that multiplier of 4.63, 4.63, when you throw that multiplier in there, and then you see some of these numbers in here, actually would kind of indicate that, like, if I was going to say that $20 was kind of like that point at where I felt like this is it, we broke the $20 mark range, we're going into the big meat of this, then you would have to add that multiplier to AMC and say that's when it starts. That's when the big meat of the price movement's really going to start. So you add that 4.63 multiplier, and you end up getting $101. Right? So I was actually kind of saying like somewhere between 90 and 95 bucks was going to be the after I'd already quit my job. I was saying 90 to 95 bucks is going to be when we're going to see this thing pop off. But before I quit my job, I was doing this all on a one multiplier. Okay, and the one multiplier was saying that once we broke $20, this thing was going to start popping. And that's what I was kind of basing everything off of. Was, I didn't consider the idea that volume makes a big difference back in those days. And so if you go back to the price history, I'll pull it up, price history for AMC. And actually, Joe, that's an amazing question. I really like that question. I like where you're going with that. you'll see that price point was in between 521. We broke $12, or we hit $12 on 521. We shot up to 3672 by 528, and I believe it was the 26th was the day. I don't have the numbers up in front of me right here, but I'll pull them up right now. Let's see. May 26th. May 26th was the day I wanted to walk out of the job, off the job. May 26th. It was right underneath on the 26th. It was like $19. The high, I think, was $19.95. It was basically right there at that $20 mark, and I was like, that's it. It's over. When we hit that $19.95, I was like, this is done. It's done. This thing's going to pop. But look at the volume. If you go back to that, I'll actually pull it up here on the screen for you to see. Let me get rid of my crap. Oh, it was gone. Here it is right here. This is the high. This is the high price for the day, $19.95, and it closed at $19.56. But look at this volume. 379 million shares. Okay, back in this time on May 26th, I believe the outstanding or the total amount of shares that AMC had at the time was probably about, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I want to say it was like 370 million, maybe 380 million. So, or sorry, yeah, that's right. Yeah, 380 million. So we nearly traded on the 26th our entire total outstanding shares, and price was still moving up. And so that to me was the big indicator on the 26th. I was like, that's it. I'm quitting my job. And I almost quit it right there and then on that night. But then I didn't have to return back to work until the following Sunday, which was the 30th. So I went ahead and told my wife, I said, let's just see what happens over the weekend. I don't have to return back to work till the 30th. So we'll watch and see what happens. The 27th hit, 705 million shares, nearly doubling the amount of shares we had traded the day before. Price went as high as 29.76. Then the 28th happened at 36.72, and I was like, this is it. It's done. This goose is cooked. And so on the 30th, I told them I was done. And they walked me out on June 1st. Wait, June 1st or June 31st? How many days are in June? I don't know. June 31st. Sorry. May. Yeah, they walked me out on the 31st of May. So, are we there right now? No. But look what happened right before. Right? Just a couple days before that, the 26th, we were trading 53.9 million. Now, we had some days in there where volume was much, much higher. We had a 296, a 207, 158, 172, but prices were still pretty low. The highs over here is 1420, 1434, 1438. Price wasn't really moving exceptionally well, right? But this is the whole suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory, right? The day that it blew, if you go back and you look at the suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory, I didn't have until just recently. So if you go back and you look at June, the 24th was actually the day that we moved into, May 24th was the date we moved into the blow. And I didn't even think that it was over until the 26th. But I should have recognized it on the 24th, but I wasn't following volume as much as I am now. Not nearly as much. I mean, I saw it, but I wasn't really thinking when you watch almost the entire total shares outstanding disappear. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say we're seeing volume consolidation or volume reduction, right? 172, 189, 61, 53, really hard reduction on volume, and then it starts to pop, right? The 24th, the 25th, the 26th. That's what we're waiting to see. When you see volume start popping off like crazy, you have a massive, huge, we're going to see that next price increase. Volume's going to tell you everything that you need to know. Unfortunately, we just way low on volume. Way too low in order to get these kind of numbers that we need. So no, I'm not seeing it right now. But I think we're close. It feels like we're close, but we're not there yet. I stopped tracking dates. I stopped tracking dates. I can fill those dates in pretty easily. I hope that helps. So MCon, you're saying how low is this going to go? I don't know, man. I don't know. I wish I could tell you the future. But it is time for my break. As we break out of the descending parallel channel, I'm going to head out to break here, guys. Yeah, this is a bullish channel, MCon. This is a bullish channel here, so when it breaks out, it should break out going up. Yeah, no problem, Joe. No problem. Go on break. Good timing. Yeah. All right. I will see you guys back here probably 11:05, and we'll get this show back started again here. You guys enjoy the upwards price movement as I'm gone. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Eric Laras said, Laras asked for me to do a trend analysis on currently how we're trading, comparing to the past history, kind of a little technical analysis. Let me do that right after I do the technical analysis, and we'll see what we can come up with. So let's go ahead and go to the stats page. Update fidelity. Update Vortex. Off exchange, updating that. And updating options chain. Off exchange currently at 60.2. That's an increase from earlier. However, borrowed change has decreased dramatically from where we're at by almost 1 million. An hour ago, we had negative 562.2 thousand shares having been returned. That's increased to 1.51 million. That's going to decrease the estimated short share interest of the free float down to 16.59%. Highest level of volume still for the call still at $40 strike price, going from 11.5 thousand contracts to 16.8. Oh, I feel like I need my glasses. Not for any other reason than I need my glasses. On the put side of things here, highest amount of volume. Ooh, it's real close. Still at a $40 strike price. 39 is really, it's a close in running in volume. It went from 6.5 thousand contracts to 8.4, which is a 2-to-1 ratio. We have exactly a 2-to-1 ratio right now. So there's more long positions on 40 than there are short positions on 40. I don't know why, but my heart feels like it's racing out of my chest right now. Let me move a couple screens. Taking you back to the other page. Orders by Fidelity customers currently showing, I think AMC was like in 15th earlier. We've slipped down to 18th position with higher levels of buys than there was sells earlier. It's now at 53 to 47. GME not on the list. Shares borrowed in the last hour. $50,000. Putting us at 3.6 million shares having been borrowed so far today. 12.7 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 96.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. This number is still too high. NASDAQ is up 0.87%. Dow Jones is up 0.5%. S&P 500 is 0.71%. The market is almost exactly declining over advancing. The advancers have it by 6. 36.36 to 36.30. Very, very, very down the middle. And so is our price. Right down the middle. Robinhood is up 3.95% for the day today. Amazon is up 1.62. Cinemark is down 2.45. Doge is down 2.35. GME is down 2, and we are now down 0.06%. We were pretty much breaking even right down the middle. More buying pressure than selling pressure by a 9-point spread. 13.45 million shares having been traded for the day today. We're on pace for 32.1 million shares having been traded for the day today, and my prediction is 55 to 75. It's going to take a miracle. It's going to take a miracle for me to get my numbers. Volume doesn't look bad as far as it being even keel across the board. I mean, it is on a slight decline. We did break out of our wedge, or sorry, our descending parallel channel. On a 1-hour interval. That face makes me laugh every time. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure, and RSI is at 51.44. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 50.45. And on a 5-minute interval, it just crossed over to more buying power than selling pressure at 47.74. Could see some green coming our way. I feel like we're on an ascending parallel channel now. I'm going to leave this previous parallel channel. I have a feeling something might be forming here, but I'm going to leave it for right now, and we'll get into what was requested of me. Let's take a look at it. I'm going to pull up Market Watch for this because it's going to be a little bit easier for me to create this using... No caffeine. I had water. I brought water back with me. I ate spinach and artichoke dip with chips and cheese and a little bit of bacon in it. And usually the caffeine drinks don't really get to me in the morning, so it doesn't feel like bad racing. I feel like the heart's elevated. Let's see here. What do we got going on? Let me pull up the Tradingview and take a look at it. Let's see if we can't get an idea of what's going to happen here. I hate that it makes me refresh this. All right, so I'm going to zoom out just a tad bit. No, I'm not. I kind of want to, I need to do this on the 15-minute interval just because we got our devil horns. The pattern's already started. We got our devil horns already. I can see it. That's what it's looking like. Let me go ahead and copy this. I want to kind of take like a specific feature. So I'm going to kind of, I think I'm going to go for this, and I am on a 15-minute interval here, so I'm not going to change interval. I'm not going to change the size of the pattern. But I don't even have to go back very far in order to show you the pattern, right? So here's that wall. That wall is this wall right here, or this right here. It's the wall. So you've got, actually I guess it would be this peak. Something very similar to that right there. So here's your wall. Last time we had devil horns here, head and shoulders. Price dips down, then you have this like very significant wall that kind of stands out in here. You have devil horns, head and shoulders pattern. Here's our wall for where we're currently at right here, and so this pattern is just repeating itself over and over. So there's your wall lined up right there. Price movement kind of going forward. There's your first peak. We're real close to you know, I mean, it should be upwards price movement from here on out. This valley right here is this one, so it's a little off aligned. That right there. There's a little bit of a spacing issue. There's your dip just before the wall. So if I had to identify these as like, you know, I'd say like 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Now this is where it gets a little weird. This peak right here is extended, and then you have the dip. So I'm gonna go with the dip portion of it and call it 4, 4. And you have kind of like a straight period of time. Then you have 5, 5. And this is your dip right here for 6, 6. And you got sideways movement going up. And I didn't even have to go back very far. This pattern just keeps repeating itself over and over and over. I can keep dragging it down until we fit into some place where here's our wall again. Zoom back out a little bit more. Here's our next pattern where it repeats itself, which means you got your wall back over here. There's your wall right there. This one's way more pronounced, and much bigger, much bigger. This pattern right here fits nicely. This dip goes into here. Here's your wall, which is there. Much bigger dipping pattern on this particular one here, going into the next head and shoulders. Actually, there's double horns. There's 2 walls. There's 2 walls on this one and this one right here. Actually, I might have this lined up wrong. That's the major wall. Yeah, this one's really elongated, super elongated. It's so massive. This is the wall right here. No, the wall has to be before the devil horns, so the wall's got to be. It's somewhere in here. Peak. That might be it right there. Might be hard to see. And there's our run up in June. So we can go pre-June. We can take this pattern, we can go back down to pre-June. Pre-June's run up and see where it lines up. Should line up someplace just before the pattern. But it could also line up here. Anyways. I mean, that's what it kind of looks like. So we already broke out of this. Yeah, I mean, that's the tough thing, Roberto. Like setting up expectations uh, could potentially, they're dangerous. It's dangerous to set yourself up for expectations. If you keep continuously doing it over and over and over, and you're numb to it, it may not be so dangerous. But if you're not numb to it and you let it affect you, or it alters how you feel about what's happening, then you can get emotional about it. I don't think this was really a breakout here. I just think this is poor analysis on my part. I think there's something else going on. I think it's maybe more like a wedge. Or it could be a bear triangle. We'll have to see what the top ends up being. Sounds like I got a package outside, guys. Let me go grab it real quick. I'll be right back. Be right back. Alrighty, no package. I definitely heard the truck, but I don't know if he just decided not to deliver something or what. I am back. You're back too, JP? Alright. We are in the green. I'm just deleting this thing here. I'm not sure what's going on here. Something. Mm. JP's pumped. JP's had caffeine. A horny chart. I didn't see that earlier, MCON, when you wrote that. A horny chart. Guys, I'm gonna have Mom on the show today. At least she said she was gonna come on. I don't know for sure if she will, but yesterday was Veterans Day. I meant to have her on the show yesterday. For whatever reason, I lost myself yesterday, and I didn't even toast to veterans, and I feel really crummy about that. So today, I'll be making up for the toast that I missed out on. I don't know where I lost my head. I just lost it. So today I'll be toasting to veterans a day late. My mom is a veteran, and I'm really proud of her. And we'll get her on the show. She asked, "Well, what are we going to talk?" I called her on break, and I said, "Hey, I want to put you on the show today." And she goes, "Why do you want to do that?" And I said, "Because I want to honor you." And she goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, I forgot to call you yesterday, and I wanted to put you on the show yesterday." And she goes, "Well, what are we going to talk about?" And I said, "I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't really matter." So hopefully a little bit later, Mom Shaw will be on. I can't remember what she called her Reddit account, but it's something like Ape Mom or something like that, or I forget what it is. But um, she'll be here. She'll be here a little bit later. She's got a few things to do, and then perhaps later on in the day today she'll be calling in, and we'll get her on. We're just about halfway through the day today in trading, and we're not even at 15 million. We're definitely going to be. It's going to be low volume. Volume is still condensing. I think that's really interesting. Who was it that said that? Joe. When Joe asked, like, am I sensing the same kind of feelings that I had back on like May 26th? And I said I had to say no. But on May 26th, we were trading dang near the dang near the total amount of shares that we had in a single day. I think everybody and their brother knew what was coming at that point. But I had kind of sensed it. Yeah, JP, I had an ascending parallel channel originally built up here, but it doesn't quite work out. I had to get rid of it because we broke out of it and then started trending back up again. So this is what I had originally. Oops, it just moved on me. This is what I had originally, I think. Oh, something along those lines. And then we broke out of it, but it wasn't like a real breakout, in my opinion, because it was like oh, I know it. I drew it from the wrong side. So it broke out, but if I were to move this, I could put it there like that. I've got 2 touch points at the top, 2 touch points at the bottom, but it's nasty. That's a nasty ascending parallel channel. I don't know if I like it, but I'll stick with it. I'll stick with it. I'll roll with it. The reason I'm leaving the previous descending parallel channel and moving into an ascending parallel channel is this could move up to some extent and then have another parallel channel moving back down, right? And then another parallel channel moving back up. And what you end up getting is a George W. It's like the worst looking George W. ever seen, but something along the lines of this. You know, a George W. in there. But that's all hypothetical. He's more than welcome to. He's more than welcome to throw his opinion out. I don't know why I got testy yesterday about that. I just felt like we'd already covered it once. I guess I just got testy. I don't know. It was stupid of me. This is why Trey is the man. You loved it. It was great. You loved it. Okay. The okay. Well, I'm glad you liked it. I didn't feel good about it, but this is why Trey's really good at what he does. You know, I gave Trey so much shit when on his first interview with Adam Aaron. His first interview with Adam Aaron, I was just like, dude, you didn't even ask the man hard questions like I wrote him up, but you guys can probably find it in my Reddit post somewhere. I haven't tried to. There's only been like maybe 1 or 2 posts that I've ever deleted from my Reddit account. If you want to see how I really feel about something, do some digging. You'll find out how I feel. I've been very, very vocal prior to this show about how I felt about certain topics. Um, and so it was just kind of I was pissed at Trey for like letting Adam Aaron get away with easy questions. I really wanted him to nail Adam Aaron with his true intentions on how he sees the ape community and all that kind of stuff. Um, and I was upset. I was upset legitimately. And then he did the Jordan Belfort or Belmont or what the hell his last name is, the Wolf of Wall Street interview, and I was like, oh my god, I felt like Jordan just walked all over Trey, and I was like, dude, Trey, like, come on, man. I kept hitting Trey up with like messages, and I was like, dude, like, you need to seriously get somebody to help you with like interviewing, like, get somebody to actually help you with interviewing because you just fold easy. And and I look back at that and I look back at that now that I'm actually doing a YouTube channel, because back then I wasn't doing a YouTube channel, and I look back at that now and I go like, dude, Trey's the man. It's not easy. Doing this stuff, doing those interviews that he does, doing all that stuff. I mean, it's not easy. It's just not easy. And so I guess I had I wanted him to be better. I wanted him to be better, and and I wasn't taking into appreciation how difficult it was to be doing the things that he was doing when he's probably never done them before ever. And he's gotten so much better. So much better. He's learned. His learning curve is quick. The guy's smart. He's really, really smart. And he's learning a lot. And he's adapting. So it's good. I'm glad to see it. You won't see me doing an interview. I might get pissed off. I might get pissed off at, like, if I don't know, I couldn't do it. I don't think I could do it. I don't know. Somebody had asked me to do an interview with somebody. They said there was somebody had side messaged me and said that there was somebody in the community that none of the YouTubers are taking on. Somebody who was bad mouthing AMC and saying, like, you know, it's not going anywhere, and wanted me to do an interview with the person. I said, heck yeah, let's get it going. And then just kind of died and went nowhere. I'll try a stab at it. I'll try a stab at an interview with a combatant. I'm not gonna do well. I can guarantee it. I'm gonna have to take like some kind of like chill pill or something of some sorts. Yeah, today's really gonna. I mean, the options are showing today is gonna be a fight for 40. So I think that really might be what it comes down to. Interestingly enough, my upper level my lower level of price prediction for the day is 39.5, which is right where we're hovering at right now. Eric's is 40.5. So it's very possible that both of us could get the point and end up tying out the week. I'm kind of reading off to the side here to see if I can find out if there's any kind of new news or anything, any breaking news. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Mm. Yeah, I know his rule. 14.5 million in volume. I mean, at that pace, we're not even going to hit 30. We probably won't even come close to hitting 30. Our lowest volume day to date for this year. Let me go back and look and see. I think was the 23.8. I'm gonna have to download the Excel file so I can verify. Yep. 23.5 was the lowest day on 4/21. Our second lowest volume day that we've ever had was on 10/28, which is not too long ago. But I guess what I want to say is that out of the top five days, 3 of which were in the last less than a month or less. 10/28, 10/12, and 10/27. So we could potentially see this is the interesting part here, guys. Note the dates. 1/7 prior to this in the top 5, right? In the top 5, lowest days of volume. 1/7, 4/21, 10/12, 10/27, 10/28, and then more than likely, probably today is going to push out one of those numbers, right? Which means that in the last month, we've had 4 times where volume has been so low that it beat out days leading up to some of the biggest price increase days that we've had this year. Oh no, 4/21 wasn't. That's bad information. I was thinking 5/21. 4/21's quite a ways away. It's like a month before. Jeez, my retina slammed closed as soon as I closed that out. Gee whiz. I should have warned you guys. Sorry I didn't warn you. No, I have not, as a rule, and it's not because I don't want to. It's because I'm waiting for them to get past the bugs. So they're still dealing with a lot of issues over there with Log the Float, and I'm going to as soon as I find, as soon as I talk about, they don't have any more server issues. I'm gonna be over there logging it. But I'm just kind of waiting for them to kind of get rid of all their bugs, and then that way I can go log the float. I don't want to do it until I have, until I don't have to like go over there and stop worrying about it. So Israel, let's do a little talk about that, right? Let's understand the let's try to understand the what causes what to change, right? So if I pull up SI utilization and price remains the same. Okay, I just want to make sure I got all of them down. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to pull up over Ortex. Take away my junk. All right, so utilization dropping. What is utilization? Utilization is your shares on loan divided by the amount of shares that are available. It's how much is being loaned out versus how much is available to loan. So to figure that out, which is what I do in the mornings when you see me do that all the time, to figure that out, you just take your shares on loan, divide it by your utilization, right? And then subtract your shares on loan, and that gives you how many shares that are available to be lent, which is 113 million. So what affects utilization? How many shares are on loan and how many are available to borrow. Those are the two things that affect utilization. Now, what affects estimated short share interest of the free float? That's going to be the amount of shares that are borrowed and returned, right? And that's these, right? So if the amount of shares that are returned, like right here it's saying 1.21 million shares have been returned from the on loan amount, then that's going to reduce the SI because the lower the amount of shares that are on loan, the lower the short share interest is. Why is that the case? Oh, because there's more availability. Sorry, it escaped me for a second. The more shares that you have available to loan, the less interest it's going to cost or the less interest there's going to be for those shares to be loaned. I think that's right. Short share interest. Let me just make sure I'm right on that one. Hold on a second. Current short share. Let me just think about this for a second. Estimated current short share interest of the free float. Short share interest percentage. Let me just look up the definition real quick because I think I'm right. Right. Yeah. Okay. That's correct. The short interest ratio. Okay. So that's right, but I said it maybe just slightly. I mean, I said it right, but it's not the interest that's charged against it. Oh, I said it wrong. So it's calculated by dividing the number of shares sold short by the average daily trading volume. Okay. So generally over the last. Hold on a second. That's the ratio. That's not the same thing. Short share interest percentage. That's something different. Short interest is the total number of shares of a particular stock that have been sold short by investors but have not yet been covered or closed out, what expressed as a percentage. Short interest is the number of shorted shares divided by the number of shares outstanding. Yeah, that's okay. So that's what I said. So here's the shares outstanding. Shorted shares divided by the number of shares outstanding. Hold on a second. That's not right. Number of shorted shares. That's not shares on loan. Shorted shares. Let me see where I can find that number. Hold on 1 second. Divided by the number of shares outstanding. Let me see. Okay. I think I've done this before. I feel like I've done this before to figure it out. So if we take the total amount of shares outstanding, here we go. 513.33 million. It's going to be a rough estimate. But if we take, let me just try this and see if this works out. 513.33. I think I'm doing this backwards. I need to do it the other way. Yeah. Yes. Okay, that's correct. Okay. Yeah, so if you take the total amount of shares, which shares out is 513.33 million, so what I said to you earlier is correct. And you take your shares on loan, divide your shares on loan divided by how many total outstanding shares there are, which is 513.33 million. That's what it comes out to. So if I go 96.01 divided by no, that's percentage on loan. That's not right. I'm still not right here. Something's wrong. Hold on a second. Let me figure this out. The number of shorted shares divided by the number of shares outstanding. That's correct, but not... Oh, it's 94.64. 94.64 divided by 513. No, it's still the same. I don't know how they're getting this calculation. Exchange reported short interest is showing 94.64. Is their number just off? Is it possible? So this is what this is showing. Exchange reported short interest is reporting 94.64 million, right? And according to what I'm seeing here is you're supposed to take this number right here divided by the total amount of outstanding shares. So if we do that, we take 94.64 divided by the 513.33. I get 18.43% is the percentage that should be the current short share interest percentage rate of the free float. Oh, of the free float. 511, 512.79. I'm still getting 18.45. That's still higher than the 16.64 they're estimating. Oh, maybe this is it. Okay, I'm gonna drag Ortex back over. So check this out. So I pulled up estimated short interest. See, that's the problem. This is saying estimated short interest. This is saying exchange reported short interest. There's a difference between estimated short interest and reported short interest. So that's probably where the difference is. And this estimated short interest is 86.29 million. So if I take that, divided that by the free float, which is 512.79, 16.82. That's really close. It's a lot closer than what they've got listed here. And I'm actually coming up with like this says 16.86 and I'm coming up with 16.82. So it's really close to the value that was reported at the beginning of the day today. Then when you add an additional 1.21 million shares borrowed in there, then that's going to change this number. But I guess what I don't understand, oh wait, if I use, let me try something else. 1848. I don't know. I feel like their numbers are maybe just slightly off. I'm getting numbers that are close. Very, very close. Like if I take the exchange reported short interest, divide that by the free float, which is 512.79. I get 18.45. I am so confused. None of these numbers are working out. Oh, right. No, I was supposed to be taking estimated. 86.29. My bad. 86.29 divided by the 512.79. 16.82. All right, that's really, really close. That's really, really close. So the estimated short interest is different than the exchange reported short interest. Now I need to do some more research. So 16.82 is what I'm coming up with. They've got it rounded off to 16.8. Close enough. Close enough. I'm getting the same exact numbers. So now I've got to figure out one other thing here. Hold on 1 second. One second. Hold on. I'm getting there. I haven't read what you guys. Oh, hi, Mom. Let me finish doing this real quick here. Are you ready to come on to the show? If you're ready to come on the show, let me know. I wasn't watching my text. Oh, I don't see a text. Okay. What was I doing again? Oh yeah. I'm researching this. Let's see. Sorry, I'm doing some reading. Okay. All right. I think I understand a little bit better now. Now I'm trying to tie in I'm trying to tie that into, okay, so specifically short interest is created when an investor sells shares of a stock that he or she has borrowed from a broker but does not own outright. So it's like phantom trading. The more phantom trading that there is, the more sentiment that there is that the stock's not going to do well. Hence the higher the percentage, the two different ways to look at it: the worse the company could be doing, or it's a short squeeze. Yes, as a rule, it's reported twice a month. That is correct. Sorry, I just went back to what you guys were writing. It's reported twice a month. And like whenever I open Ortex, I think that's one of the first things that reports on Ortex. I think normally when yeah, the blue line. So if I refresh this page here, it always defaults to two items, and it does exchange reported SI and the days to cover for 3 months. And so the last reporting, the last exchange reported short interest was on the 29th of October. And the next time that it should report, I believe, is on the 15th. Yeah, so like was it Monday, I think? Yeah, Monday is the next report. We should be getting the next short interest report coming out. I'm trying to tie in though, like the problem that I have is I'm trying to tie this into on loan amount because these are all directly. I think these are all directly related. So if they borrow shares, and then only loan out a portion of the shares, then but it's also based off of what's reported, which we know is not necessarily always accurate. So I'm trying to understand the relationship to borrowed change and short share interest of the free float. Hold on a second, I got itchy head. I'm thinking too hard. Okay, so you're saying well that the estimated short share interest of the free float should be based off the estimate and not the exchange reported. So it should be based off of this estimated number here, which is why I came up with a really similar value. And the only reason that their data is probably off right here is because this is live reporting based off of the current return shares and borrowed shares, so borrowed change amount. And so this is your short interest change right here. So it's changed by negative 1.18. But what I'm trying to figure out is the relationship to shares on loan, because they're borrowing the shares, right? We know the shares are borrowed, and they're just not returned. But and there's got to be a relationship there, because I know when I look to borrowed change, it's very similar to what shows up for the next day. So for example, like if we end the day today on a return of like 1 point whatever million shares, that value ends up being very, very close to how much shows up on loan for tomorrow. So we might see like, according to this, 96 million shares on loan right now. If this is by, let's just say this ended right now and that reported a borrow change of return of 1.13 million, it's not going to be exact 96. It won't be 95 million or just slightly 94.9 million, but it'll be around that. It'll be really close. So there's a relationship to borrow change and shares on loan, but there's also short interest, which is obviously shares that are sold. Yeah, they're sold shares that were borrowed but have not been covered for. So I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand the relationship. Michael Dieter, welcome. I want to say yes, but I feel like I've said that plenty of times before. So, yeah. That is nasty. Did I do the technical analysis or did I skip right over it? I can't even remember. I feel like I skipped right over the technical analysis. Let's go ahead and do that. I need to figure out this relationship of SI percentage, short share interest percentage, estimated short share interest of the free float percentage to shares on loan, because apparently I don't even understand that yet myself. Yes, we do, Michael. We do. We're waiting for big volume. Today I wanted to see. Today I wanted to see about 65 million at the very least. We're obviously not performing that well. But we're still up in price. I mean, we're still up 0.71% right now. So, if we can get like 60 to 70 million on Monday shares traded, we could have a really nice day. I quite frankly think, I don't know, and I know there's people on here who are a fan of DRS, DRSing your shares, but I really think that DRSing your shares ties up the shares and prevents the the market makers, otherwise known as the hedge funds, from having to create liquidity. And when they don't have to create liquidity, then they no longer have to borrow shares to create that liquidity. And by not having to borrow shares means that they just get to sit on their hands like we sit on our hands and nothing happens. So I think that having your shares DRS is like a really bad thing, because those shares can't be borrowed, and I think that's bad. And I know I've been on here before in the past saying like make sure you turn off your share lending, but that may have actually been bad too. Because it's the forced lending. It's the forced lending, or not forced, but it's the allowing of a lending of those shares to market makers that creates a forced position into lending shares into creating liquidity. When you tell your broker, I don't want you to lend my shares anymore, your broker says, okay, fine, I'll hold on to these shares, but I can't force the market makers to create liquidity. And so then the market makers are like, yay, I get to sit on my hands just like you apes do now, or you apes now do, right? Like it's still costing them to hold their positions, but it's not as costly. You know, they're only getting hurt because they're of the interest. And anytime somebody returns shares, like if you have day traders or whatever, anytime somebody sells shares, they just suck them on up and they cover their positions with them. And so by not lending those shares out, we're putting ourselves in a situation where it's decreasing. The amount of on loan shares is decreasing rapidly. Let's take a look at GME. They've been doing it longer. Let's pull that back up real quick and see. Because I mean, we're seeing pretty heavy numbers. It's been about a month now since we've been DRSing shares, since I've been tracking this. And if you look at AMC, let's just look at it real quick. We'll look at the on loan amount from a month ago to now. Oh, you son of a gun. Let's look at the on loan amount. I'm going to actually get rid of price too. And I just want to look from the last month. So we're currently halfway through November. We'll look halfway through October. So shares on loan in the halfway through October was 112, and we've dipped down to 96. So we've lost 12 plus 6, 18 million shares on loan, which is bad. I really don't like seeing this under 100. But let's take a look at GME and see if the same thing has happened, because they've actually been DRSing shares for a bit longer. And I'm curious to see if they're having the same problems, if not worse. And I haven't actually done this yet to see. So we'll go back to, let's go back to the beginning of October. Because I think they were about maybe half a month, maybe 2 months ahead of us. Not ahead of us, sorry. A half a month to a month ahead of us, meaning like a month and a half to 2 months. So we'll go back to October 1st. We could go back a little bit further, halfway through September. So there was a bump up in on loan amount going into the beginning of September, and it got up to a high of 8.91 million shares. And it's dipped down as far as 6.2 million shares. So if we just go back to the middle of September though, 6.9, let's just call it 6.7. So 6.7 to 6.3. So they've lost about 6%. They've lost about 6% of the on loan amount, if I'm not mistaken. I think I'm right. Yeah, it's basically 6%. So if we go back to AMC and look at AMC, we can try and figure out like how much of a percentage we've lost since we've been DRSing. Come on. I hate it when it puts down at the bottom. So what number did I go with? October 15th, 112. And now is 96. So we're at like a 14.2% drop in on loan amount in the last month. So we're actually a lot further down than they are. So maybe that's not really what's causing it. I do know that when Adam Aaron and I'm not, this is not trying to create FUD. I am actually very bullish on the fact that they sold shares. But when Adam Aaron and a bunch of the insiders here in the last few weeks here sold shares back on the beginning of this month, our biggest dip has been since then. And I have not gone through it to check and see what the insider amount is that they've sold up to and added it all up to see. But I would not be surprised to see that that amount may be very close. So let me go back to 11.1. Well, that went really far. Holy Toledo. Stop. It's like it doesn't want me to see the information. Oh, wait, I think it's just over here off to the side. I don't know. I'm going to have to go through and write these numbers down and actually start adding them up and seeing. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a couple million. So it might help to understand of the 14 million that we've lost. And shares on loan might be, some of it might be from shares that they sold back to the market. Some of it might be from apes that sold on this last rundown from $40. It's hard to say. It's hard to say, but I don't think it's. I'm not to that point yet to where I'm about ready to start throwing red flags. It's getting close. It's getting really close, but we're gonna start having problems if we don't see more volume here soon. So let's just hope. Let's hope that they continue to have to create liquidity. I know there was reports that they were having issues with finding shares at one point. Then it turned out that that might have been like fake information. I don't know. Let's hope that they're still being forced to create liquidity. Hey, Mom, are you ready to join the show? Is now a good time, or did you want to wait for a while? Were you still busy? I didn't go through all the information, did I? I think I'm just gonna skip this hour. I'm tired. My head is hurting from all that thinking. And I can show you guys. Give me 1 second. I want to show you guys something really. Well, actually, you guys already saw it on the channel when I made the purchase. For those of you who are watching, when I purchased a single share of AMC through computer share. They didn't give me a full share. They gave me a partial share, and there's no way for you to own a partial share if the share's in your name. So Tarbull tweeted Amazon buying AMC negotiation. Oh, geez. That would be huge. And we talked about that a long, long time ago. Amazon would love to use AMC as distribution locations to where if you want to go pick up your package, you just go to your local movie theater. Sandy's like, I'm glad it's the weekend. We can all just go out, enjoy the outside. Dude, it is nice here, Sandy. I don't know where you're at, but it is nice here where I'm at right now. I could use it. We're going to a hockey game. When is it? Tonight? I want to say it's tonight. I think we're going to a hockey game tonight. No, tomorrow night. Tomorrow night we're going to a hockey game. Next week is gonna be Ghostbusters. I can't wait. Tara Bull tweeted Amazon buying AMC negotiation. Let's check it out. You know, I don't think I'm following Tara, but I can still look her up. According to sources close to Odeon Cinemas, hold on a second here. There we go. Odeon Cinemas, there are expectations for Amazon to buy AMC outright in the coming months. Dates remain unclear, but there is one thing for certain: if a deal is reached, there will be no merger. Amazon will purchase AMC in its entirety, or there will be no agreement at all. We already know that Amazon was in discussion to buy AMC back before the pandemic. It's unsurprising that Amazon waited out the lockdowns to see if they could purchase the company at a lower price than it was already. We also know preliminary talks started again in June. Now we have sources that tell us negotiations have reopened again. It was always in the air that Amazon expected to buy AMC in 2020. Now, with the competition of online streaming world, Amazon has kicked talks up into high gear. A rise in stock. What should we expect? A rise in stock value. First and most importantly, we can expect a giant increase in stock value across both companies. Due to Amazon's success with other acquisitions such as Whole Foods, there will be little doubt in Amazon finding success with AMC quickly. As we always say in today's 5, buy the news, sell the hype. Buy the news, sell the hype. Whatever the report's veracity, the impact of speculation had on AMC stock was very much real and fascinating development for the world's largest movie theater chain given its recent fortunes. Amazon obtains a direct connect to Hollywood with a competition of streaming services heating up. Every company in the race is looking for an edge. With so many venues added to its portfolio, Amazon could conceivably kick off a new mission to recruit Hollywood's top directors, writers, and actors. The pitch: we are no longer a streaming first company with an occasional indie hit that plays in theaters for 2 weeks for an Oscar consideration. Join us and we'll play your work for each night across the largest network in the world. Even with streaming on the back burner, building relationships with top Hollywood directors and actors will lead to a huge increase in quality, interest, and organic promotion of Amazon originals. A huge drop in ticket prices. If Amazon is expected to buy AMC, then we should expect an Amazon business model. Lower prices bleed out the competition. In addition to improvements to the viewer's entire experience, Amazon will undoubtedly come up with ingenious ways to completely alter and re-inspire the cinema-going experience for average consumer. On top of that, we can expect Amazon to slash ticket prices in the meantime to garner interest and showcase their new product as to many eyes as possible. Combining Amazon Prime membership with AMC perks. Amazon might include free theater tickets with a Prime subscription, which could boost the appeal of service, attract more subscribers, and generate more subscription revenue. Prime. I actually kind of tend to agree with you, Ollie. I would be extremely look. I mean, if they're going to use what's the word I'm looking for? If they're going to use psychological attacks on us to try and get us to sell our shares, then there's no reason why we can't use psychological attacks to increase the rate or raise the price of the stock. It's only fair. It's only fair. So, Mom, I'm going to try and call you on Skype. My mom's in Tempe, yeah. I'm going to try to call you on Skype, Mom. Let's see if I can get this going here. Let me mute. Okay, I got everything muted. I want to make sure I don't kill your guys' ears here. Let's try this. Man, it seems like it's been forever since I've done a Skype call while we've been streaming. Hi, hold on a second here, and I'm going to try and put you on the... Go ahead and say something. You're going to have to end the video, though, so there's no feedback. Okay, go ahead and say a few words.
A few words.
Okay, there you go. That's good. How's it going? Sorry for the belated Happy Veterans Day. I want to make a formal apology here to all veterans. Yesterday's toast really should have been about veterans, and I didn't toast the veterans yesterday, and I made a mistake, and my head was gone. And so I'm doing a belated toast to veterans that are out there. Happy belated Veterans Day to you, Mom, because you are a veteran.
Thank you very much. I will say to you what I say to everybody. It was my pleasure. I was getting paid and I loved it.
Yeah.
So drink up, yes.
It's not toast time right now. It's not toast time right now, but we'll toast again to it later because I forgot. What was I going to say to you? Oh, I was going to say, what was your fondest memory? I know I'm sure there's so many for you to choose from, but as serving in the military, what was your fondest memory?
The helicopter ride with Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
And why was that particularly special? What kind of?
It was just exciting.
Was it a Black Hawk or?
No, it was a big transport because he was taking. For some reason we went down to SINCPAC headquarters or someplace down there, and I'm not Navy. I was Air Force, so it was kind of weird. But anyway, I was working as a reservist. I had a 6 week tour. I think they wanted 6 weeks. I did 5 weeks because of my babies at home. Speech writing for the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Admiral Jeremiah, and he took his whole crew. So there were a bunch of us. I mean, there was like 4 of us, I think, 5 of us, and we went down. They were inspecting something, and I was just kind of along for the ride. It was fun. I think they were trying to give the reservist a good time because I'd been working pretty hard. It was fun. Amazing.
How long
and then one of my very favorite memories, wait, is your story.
Oh.
How you went to school and everybody, and the teacher said something about how many have a brother or an uncle or a dad in the military. And do you remember that story?
No, go ahead, tell it. I mean, I think I do, but go ahead and tell it.
They were talking about the lead up to the Gulf War, and
Oh, yeah, yeah.
you you said, well, how about my mom? Everybody was shocked.
Because that was kind of a new thing. That was a new thing. I mean, there really wasn't. I don't know. It felt like it was kind of a new thing at the time.
Yeah. Well, the war was, or having women. Women wasn't.
No, women. Well, more or less like women kind of being on like somewhat of the front lines or being in more active in warfare. And I know you weren't really in the warfare part of it, but it was still trend set. It was kind of like it was one of those moments where, like, like you said, the teacher said, how many of you who has a dad, a brother, it was all men related stuff. And it was like, well, how's a mom do?
Yeah.
So yeah, it was unusual, right? It was a different time back in the 80s
Actually, when I got pregnant with you,
or 90s.
they still didn't have, well, yeah, they still didn't have maternity uniforms in the 1970s. And it would, in fact, prior to that, women who got pregnant had to be kicked out of the military. And I had a doctor's note saying I didn't have to wear a uniform when I showed up for my reserve training. And they're going, you can't be here like that. I said, here's my note. I'm pregnant. I can't fit in the uniform. You don't have the right kind. And so you were probably one of the first kids born to a person who was still actively serving in the military. It was kind of cool. It was very cool. You were born in a military hospital.
Mm-hmm.
But that was partly because of your dad, because he was still active.
It sucks. It sucks being born in a. For those of you who've ever, I actually know somebody who may or may not be listening, who's an admin on the channel, who was also a military brat and was born on a military base somewhere else. And the sucky part about it is that every time I go to put down, it asks you what city you were born in. There is no city for a military base, and so I have to put the county, which for the military base that I was in was Prince George. Which I can never, for some reason, amazingly, I'm remembering it right now. But anytime it comes to filling out an application, I can never seem to remember Prince George.
They
So,
won't let you put Andrews Air Force Base?
no, they won't allow you to put that. David, how's it going? Welcome to the channel. I'm doing a belated veterans. David's saying, what's going on here? I think. I'm doing a belated Veterans Day. This is my mother that I'm talking to, David. Normally, the channel would be more directed towards AMC, but I'm just kind of dedicating a few moments to talking to my mom about Veterans Day. So I failed to do it yesterday, and I regretted it, and I'm trying to make up for it. So, but what was I saying?
It's my few moments of fame.
No, hardly. This is way less fame than riding in the helicopter ride with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But what was it I was saying just before this? I forgot.
Your
I don't.
memory's better than mine.
I don't know. So oh, Andrew Riggs says thanks for your service. Just in case you can't see, because I don't think you can see the messages. But
No, you didn't hang it up.
yeah, sorry.
It was my pleasure, everybody. I had an amazing military career. 22 years.
Yeah, that's a long time. 22 years.
Yeah. It went fast. I wanted to stay longer. They kept telling me I was going to make colonel next. So I started out enlisted for 5 years, and then I got a direct commission in the mail, which was a big joke to my husband who went through ROTC. And it was a wonderful time.
That's good.
Although, even though you were kind of a military brat, we never lived on a base any place, so you never had the full experience of a
This is true. I did have my own
ID
ID card. I'm trying to think of what it's dependent. Was it a dependent card? Oh, it was called something else.
card.
Was it a dependent
No,
card?
it was an ID. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
military
could go.
ID dependent card, and I kept showing it to people, to kids at school and stuff like that, and they, they'd be like, I'd tell them I have a military ID, and they'd be like, no, you don't, and then I'd show them my ID, and IDs are so much different nowadays than they used to be back in those days, but it was still kind of cool. It was pink though. I didn't like the fact that it was pink. Why they make the yeah, why they chose pink for the ID color, I have no idea.
Okay, the retired ones are blue.
That's not bad. Blue's a good color. I like blue.
Yeah, blue's a good color.
Yeah. Well, thank you again for your service.
And you're pretty proud because you've got Bradley in the Air Force now. So you're really connected on both sides.
I would have served in the military if I could have.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It skipped a generation.
That's okay. You've contributed. Thank you for the call.
Andrew Riggs seems to know a little bit about what he's talking about. He said they were green for active duty back then. So, and Andrew, thank you for your service. As I can tell that it seems like you know a little bit about what you're talking about there. So, thank you. Yeah. So, how do you feel about AMC? What's your general thoughts?
Oh, well, I think this whole popcorn thing is a little weird, but it might save me from having to make my own at home in the pan because I don't. The microwave stuff just is horrible, and it's really bad for you. If you read the stuff, the ingredient list, it's really, really bad for you. So I make it in my wok, and when you have a whole wok full of popcorn, because why would I make a half a wok? And you eat it all, you get really sick. So maybe it'd be better to go to AMC and pick up a little bit.
Well, that sounds like they might have it in stores.
Yeah, but that will be a microwave thing too.
No microwave for you.
No microwave popcorn, no.
So check this out, Mom. I don't think I had a chance to tell you this or not yet. Funny that you should say the popcorn thing. I wrote a tweet to Adam Aaron a couple days before they had their earnings report meeting. And so I'm sitting there listening to the earnings report meeting, and well, I guess I'll just read the tweet that I wrote. I wrote to Adam Aaron, and I said, "Remember those days when, as a kid, you'd reach into a box of Cracker Jacks to fish out your prize? Do you remember that, Mom, when we used to go to the baseball games all the time?" And
you loved it.
I love those Cracker Jacks. You know why? I always wanted the tattoos. I wanted the tattoo. Yeah. I hardly ever got the tattoo, but I always wanted to get the tattoo. And so, I just absolutely love that. So anyways, the rest of the tweet, it says, how about one in every 100 bags of popcorn, there's a QR code for redemption of an NFT movie collectible stub. Watch AMC popcorn fly off the shelves. And sure enough, as I'm sitting there listening to Adam Aaron talk in the meeting, he taught, like, one of the first questions they read about, he talks about the Cracker Jacks. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was standing cooking food listening to it in my earpiece, and I nearly fell over. I couldn't believe it when he started saying that. I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. I can't believe he just literally talked about what I tweeted to him. And it really made me feel like I know you and I have had some personal conversations, and I've had my questionable times about, Adam Aaron, but the fact that he's listening to that kind of stuff, I think.
Did he like your idea?
Yeah, he loved it. He's running with it. He's using it.
He's every 100 bags he's going to
Well,
put whatever
he didn't say that, but he did talk about having a like a prize, like some kind of possibility of having like an NFT prize or free movie ticket or something like that, in the bags or something like that, or not in the bags, but in part of the packaging. So, which I thought was really cool. I was like, wow, that's awesome. And I know, like, kids these days, right? They're always on their phones and stuff. QR codes are a thing. Why not make it like more new age. Instead of having a Cracker Jack toy inside, you just put a QR code on there, let the kids scan them with their phones, and then some random art picture pops up on there, and it's a collectible item that they have. I don't know. Maybe they'll get the the picture that they've always wanted to make as a tattoo.
Well, that's cool. That is very cool because when people recognize something that you've said as being worth it, their time, it's always a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we're talking about this right here, right now, I'm opening up what you can't see. I'm opening up a picture that I drew on here, and I said I need to submit this to Adam Aaron as one of our NFT pictures. It's my attempt at
And what
drawing an ape using the chart, the price, and absolutely being horrific.
oh, you should have got somebody else to draw it for you.
Oh yeah. Well, I got to try sometimes. Just to prove to everybody I can't draw.
Just stick to singing and playing your guitar.
That's right.